Win.
Here. Okay. Now, Shelley.
And now I would like to invite Shelley Lima, Deputy Director of General Services Emergency Operations, and Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services, down to the podium for recognition by the Board of Supervisors. And this certificate of recognition is being presented to Shelley Lima for 23 years of conscientious service to the citizens of San Joaquin County, including 10 years with the Sheriff's Office. Your dedication and service to the community is sincerely appreciated. The board congratulates you and best wishes on your future endeavors, presented this March 1st, 2022. Chairman?
Thank you. I apologize for my overexuberance to recognize you. But Shelley, before I give you an opportunity to share your thoughts before your retirement, I'm going to ask my fellow board members. Supervisor Patty, any comments?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, Ms. Lima, could we have possibly piled more things on your shoulders in the last several years, and given the tasks and the challenges and the uncertainties and the curveballs thrown your way, but you handled it with style, experience, grace, calmness, and effectiveness. So I thank you. The whole county thanks you. And no wonder it's prompted you to retirement. I'm sure it's anything's better than the last several years here. So, but thank you for the leadership and the participation and the efforts on behalf of all the San Joaquin County's residents and the many departments and the many challenges. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Shelley, it's been a real pleasure working with you, and you have had an awful lot of emergencies thrown your way in the last several years. I mean, you've run the gamut from floods to a worldwide pandemic, and you have handled it very competently, very calmly, and I think that really helped the rest of the county organization to also deal with things in a very calm and professional way. So your leadership is greatly appreciated. We wish you all the best in retirement. I don't know what you're going on to do, but I just hope you enjoy it, and it is well-deserved. We really appreciate all your years of service here at the county. Thank you.
Supervisor Villaputra.
Well, Shelley, I just want to say congratulations on your retirement, and thank you for everything you did for our community and our county. We appreciate, especially the last few years. It's been a tough ride, but you're going to enjoy your retirement, and I wish you all the best.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Lima, congratulations on your retirement. And I mean, just like what my fellow board member was saying, if you look back in just 2 years, the incident command system, 2 years of COVID, and we had some fires thrown in those last 2 years. And even before that, we had floods. So I know you're going to be less stressed coming up in your retirement. We hope so, at least. But you've done a phenomenal job. And, we, a Herculean task that we put on your shoulders, and San Joaquin County, we had over 800,000 people, or approximately 800,000 people relying on your decisions. So thank you very much for the job that you've done. Please enjoy your retirement with your friends and families and have this time to relax. So thank you, and God bless you.
Well, I have here a 2-page biography. But I think most of the things have been covered by my fellow supervisors. So I would just add this. First of all, I want to recognize certainly your 6 years with the Air Force. I appreciate your service to the country, and I know that was a great preparation for what you've been doing, obviously, for the last 20 plus years. One of the things that I would say when we appointed you is that I was in the first meeting, which was the Fire Chiefs Association, where I saw you speak. One of the things I was just overwhelmed by, to be honest with you, is your composure, your knowledge. You had all the information on the tip of your tongue, and so when questions were asked, you had an answer. Your confidence and certainly your experience have played a tremendous role in your success. I've got a whole list of things here that you've accomplished, and they're generally along the lines that my fellow supervisors talked about. But I think, oftentimes we lose sight of those individuals that we don't see visibly, the people who are actually running, the operations during disasters, and whether it be a natural disaster or be COVID and all these other things. And I would also say that, from my experience, Every time I had a question, every time that I needed something, whatever, and called you, it was done. And I greatly appreciate that, because usually there was for lack of a better term, maybe an unhappy constituents on the other end of that question. And so you've been a tremendous benefit to the county, certainly to our residents. And as has been already stated, I mean, we wish you the very best. And I know there's probably plenty of things that you can do, and I'm sure you will. I can't imagine you ever being retired totally. So from that vantage point, I will thank you for your service. Thank you for the difference you've made. It will be hard to fill your shoes, obviously, because we talk about qualifications, but the one thing that you can't put in writing are relationships. And that's something you've had all these years with the county. And so it's going to be hard to find somebody that has your background, has the context and the reputation and credibility that you've had since the very beginning. So I want to thank you for that. And then now, if you want to use the microphone and say a few words.
First of all, thank you very much. It's very short because I don't have a lot to say, but thank you. I've enjoyed this time. It's been a pleasure working for the county and the great people that are part of it. I'm incredibly thankful for the opportunities. I should be excited, right? I'm incredibly thankful for the opportunities I've been given over the past several years. I'm exceptionally proud of my team, who is over here, at the Office of Emergency Services and their accomplishments throughout the last few years, particularly in the way they stepped up and managed this COVID pandemic. We've been activated for almost 2 full years this month. It has been a wild ride. I would especially like to thank Marcia Cunningham for selecting me as Deputy Director and for her continued guidance and mentoring throughout this time. It's been very rewarding to be part of your team. I know there are many others that I can name that helped me to get to this point in my life, but there really isn't a lot of time. They know who they are, so thank you. And lastly, I am looking forward to what the future holds for me and my family. I know for sure that it will include spending time with my 4 grandchildren, much quilting on my new sewing machines, and a lot of travel. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And one last comment. Your staff and obviously your leadership has tremendously benefited them, and the training that you've given them in regards to doing the job that they do on a daily basis. So again, I want to thank you for all that you've done, and you've laid the foundation for whoever replaces you to continue on in that stead. So again, thank you very much, and let me present this to you. All right, moving on to public comment. Now it's time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form. If you address the board in person, there is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits ability of the board to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments. and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. So for those who have filled out the form, first of all is Isaiah Meriwether.
Hello, I'm Isaiah Meriwether. I'm the lead outreach director for the San Joaquin Pride Center. I am here to, one, thank Mr. Miguel Villapadua for changing his vote in regarding to guidelines accepting accepting proclamations for San Joaquin County. I would like to ask those of the I believe Mr. Rickman and Mr. Patty to reconsider their position on the vote in regarding to proclamations, because of the proclamations that were missed out: Pride Month, Transgender Day of Visibility, Trans Day of Remembrance, as well as Black Maternal Health Week. Those are quite very important to the San Joaquin County. After all, it's home to one of the most diverse cities in America as well. And if you miss out on proclamations such as those, you will be missing an entire demographic, a building block that builds up San Joaquin County. And I believe that is all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Angela May.
For us short people today, thank you. So first I would like to remind your oath has to do with not just the Constitution of this nation, but it has to do with the county, the state of California, and every individual citizen that you represent, even the ones you might disagree with. And that includes the concept of dissuasion. The concept of dissuasion has been a very popular one as of late. It has actually become a human experiment for now 2 years. Don't allow for this investigation concept. Criticize anyone inching close to the truth. Make people sound maybe even crazy. Even pay newspapers, billboard companies, radio stations, and more to engage a full propaganda mission on the citizens of this county and of this nation. You have used our tax dollars to fund this attack on the sovereignty as Americans, as free human beings within the human rights beyond what is obviously your own comprehension. It is clear to me now that you don't understand what exactly that means. From our lives to the ozone, our human rights declared by the United Nations and by our compacts are not negotiable, and they have been for sale for the past 2 years. They are not for sale. And still this Board of Supervisors wishes to dissuade the community, or through the Public Health Department, from finding out the truth about its deal to pay Fulgent Genetics, which you proved the last time we were here, who happens to be joint ventured with Beijing Genomics Institute in Beijing, whose many operates and chief officers are actually from the Chinese Communist Party and the military. Without having ensured the private genetic human data of every citizen in this community has actually been protected, whether or not you believe that is true, it is true if you actually did your own homework, instead of listening to the LA Times, who slandered Sheriff Alex Villanueva. Why do I say that? The owner of Nant Capital, the corporation that owns the LA Times, is owned by Patrick Soon-Shiong. He is a biotech engineer himself. He has his own companies. If you did a little research on what companies he owns, you would know that he too is a conflict. So your mission now, as my representatives, as the representatives of this county, is to actually do your homework, as we have been doing for 2 years, while you have been relying on Mr. Miles, our county council, to review those contracts for legalities and compromises. Our administrator, previously Monica Nino, and now Mr. Wilverding, it is their duty to also review those things to see if there's a problem. National security is not just an issue for our federal government to address. It is for each of you to consider anytime you put your name to a vote. Mr. Miles, you concern me as our county council because it is your duty to, as they put it last year, you are the conduit legally between the county and the state. And Mr. Patrick Soon-Shiong is on the Economic Recovery Panel appointed by Newsom. That makes not only the LA Times and this county a conflict, it makes you a conflict. So based on your ethics, I'm going to ask that you resign, because right now this county board is liable for every danger, for every injury, and for every life, both living and injured, and life lost. Speak for the dead and speak for the living now.
I'm not sure, Reyes.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen and Board of Supervisors. My name is Simone Reyes. I'm the Executive Director of the San Joaquin Pride Center. I am here today specifically to thank Supervisor Villapadua for re-agendizing the item and reaffirming the policy for approving county proclamations must be fair and equitable. Last year, the voices of 150,000 plus LGBT San Joaquin County residents was silenced. We hope this is a step to a fair and equitable means of handling proclamations. My hope is that those who voted against it in the past have reconsidered the position. Let us remember that love is a human experience and not a political statement. Thank you for your time.
James?
Good morning. My name is James Patnod. Sorry for my handwriting. Good morning, Chuck Nguyen, Board of Supervisors. I'm the data analyst of the San Joaquin Pride Center, and I also function as the Transgender Service Specialist. I'm here today to reiterate what I spoke about at the last meeting. Statistics show that approximately 150,000 people here in our county identify as being LGBTQ+. I'm not going to go into the specifics again, but I want to express just how important it is that we have our LGBT awareness days. Currently, the chairman of the board has the power to unilaterally veto proclamations to observe these awareness days. Our last chairman used this power to strike down every single LGBT+ awareness day, an act that has not gone unnoticed. First, I want to thank the board member Miguel Villapadua for re-itemizing this item on the agenda. And second, I am once again urging board members Tom Patty and Robert Rickman to reconsider your vote on this item, as the current policy is anti-democratic and gives the prejudiced the power to foist their power over the marginalized. Thank you.
Christina Gilbert.
Good morning, Chair Nguyen and Supervisors. I'm Christina Gilbert with the San Joaquin Children's Alliance. A large part of the conversation taking place at the Children and Youth Task Force is around workforce development and the impacts being felt throughout our community. Workforce issues that affect children and their families around early childhood education, youth workforce, and mental health are priorities of the task force. Over the past 6 months in discussions with the task force, its work groups, and other meetings, the refrain is that we do not have enough staff to deliver the programs we can currently fund. As we have reported to you, there are staggering impacts being felt in the mental health profession, significantly impacting our community's ability to deliver desperately needed mental health services. Before COVID, Health Force Partners estimated that the county lacked upwards of 200 clinical professionals. Our county and some of its partners are now facing potential sanctions from the state for not maintaining staffing levels. This is a crisis. Representatives from county departments, community-based organizations, and other entities are working on how to create a pipeline from high school through master's level students to infuse our community with desperately needed professionals. Your support will be needed to lift this big solution to this big problem. As a part of my work with the San Joaquin Children's Alliance, I've begun taking this information to leaders in the business community, meeting with chambers across the county and business leaders individually. Their support has been unwavering on this topic. Today and in the coming weeks, we will come and bring those speakers to express their support. The task force, the results of the poll, the community at large, and its leaders are joining together in one voice to urge this board to engage big solutions to the big challenges that we now face. Thank you.
Jordan Giannani.
Good morning, Chair Nguyen and Supervisors. My name is Jordan Giannoni Harless, and I'm here this morning to express my support for the work being done by the Children and Youth Task Force. As someone born and raised in San Joaquin County, I care deeply about the future of this region and the next generation of Central Valley residents. I've had the pleasure of serving our community in a number of ways, including serving as the current president of the Leadership Stockton Alumni Association Board of Directors, a member of our County EEOAC Supervisory Board, and a tenured faculty member at San Joaquin Delta College, where I teach courses in English and business, in addition to serving as the Campus Learning Centers coordinator. This pandemic has impacted so many in our community in negative ways, but children and youth have certainly borne the most significant negative impacts, such as interruptions to their education and daily routines, food insecurity, increased rates of anxiety and depression, just to name a few. Many teenagers and young graduates have had to step into the workforce in order to help families make ends meet during this crisis. While the course of this pandemic remains somewhat unpredictable, one thing is certain: its impacts on this generation will be long-lasting. The county has received $74 million and will receive $74 million more this May. It's imperative that the board seize this opportunity to make significant investments to mitigate the struggles our children are experiencing. Many of these challenges were present before the onset of the pandemic, but they have now become major points of crisis. Mental health and workforce development challenges have plagued this county. The Children and Youth Task Force is working on proposals to address workforce development in early childhood education, youth employment, and behavioral health. As the students and children represent the future economic stability of Stockton and the greater San Joaquin County, it's imperative that we're doing all we can to support their educational journeys in order to strengthen our workforce pipeline. I urge the board to support the ongoing conversations being held by the Children and Youth Task Force and our community partners and invest these funds in our youth. I thank you all for allowing open dialogue around this crucial topic and considering the voices of our community in your decision making. Thank you so much.
Kathleen Solari.
Good morning, Chair Wynn and Supervisors. I'm Kathleen Solari, a CPA with Joaquin Lenz & Company for over 36 years since moving here to Stockton. I have served our community through the years in various ways, including board positions with broadening educational possibilities, which supported education programs for students, American Association of University Women, which promoted education for young girls, and as a trustee of the Hagen Museum. Most recently, I served as a Lincoln Unified School Board trustee from 2012 to 2020, ending my term in the midst of the COVID crisis. This morning, I'm here to support the work being done by the Children and Youth Task Force. As a member of the school board during the first year of the pandemic, I saw firsthand the crisis our children were facing, the issues before us as a board, reduction in school attendance, which is detrimental to student education, lack of parental or adult support and guidance, decrease in participation in outside activities that we know positively affect the mental well-being, were heartbreaking. These were and continue to be serious issues regardless of level of education, family structure, or living conditions. I continue, excuse me, when I ran for the school board, my slogan was, "It's all about the kids." I continue to stand by that. Our children are our future. At the forefront of every decision I made when I was on the board was the question, how will this benefit our students? The same question is crucial, now more than ever, as it applies to the children and youth of our county. We have an unprecedented amount of funding to address the impacts of the pandemic. I urge this board to support the work being done by the Children and Youth Task Force. A board coalition is formed for this task force and identified key areas of investment for one-time funds that can be allocated to make significant impacts. Mental health and workforce development in key fields that serve children and young people are facing crucial shortages. Without strong collaborations and funding to address these shortages, we will not be able to deliver the necessary educational and mental health programs that our children need to recover. It will take all of us, and this board has the power to convene key partners and fund these much-needed initiatives. I urge the board to seize this opportunity and invest funding that will create lasting impact for our children and youth. Thank you for your time and all you do for the county.
Daniela Mendez.
Please stop putting mouse under kids.
Thank you. Elena Orozco.
So I need to put it much higher. I'm so short. Well, good morning to each and every one of you. My name is Elena, and I am a member of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. And the reason I'm here is to support the end of the state of emergency. You know, there always comes a time where inevitably in life we have to pick whose side we're on. When that day came for me, I was choosing between tyranny and health freedom. I was choosing between extremist policies and personal medical choice. And something I'm learning about some of you guys up here is that it's like you're sticking your finger in the wind to see which way it's blowing harder. And I don't know if you noticed, but ever since I've noticed this past year to now, we're having so many people like coming out from under the rocks to fight for our God-given rights. And we're not going to let go of that pressure just because of what Gavin Newsom says or who decides to all of a sudden give a date for the end of the state of emergency. We're not going to let go of the pressure. And I'm pretty sure the people that have been coming out and fighting are not either, because I've noticed a lot of these people, they don't even have their kids like in the system. They don't have their kids going to public school. They don't work for an employer. They don't really depend that much on the system. And they're here fighting, and I'm one of those people. So I hope that shows you just how serious this is, how tired people are of what's going on, and that you start paying attention and that you choose whose side you're going to be on. Because so help us God, our children who are right behind us are coming after their God-given rights as well. So whose side are you on? Thank you.
Jeff Larson.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Good to see everybody's faces. I know that sounds so ridiculous nowadays, and I really didn't prepare anything to come up here and say, but I hope this has some sort of an impact, because I'm here to represent San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition, and hopefully you guys will end this state of emergency and get our children unmasked. Take the muzzles off, please. I mean, I was at a grocery store this morning. I've had a long day. I worked 12 hours last night, graveyard. First time in 18 months. Yay. And this little baby was in his car seat, and he just looked over and smiled at me. And you know what? I woke right up and said, I need to come down here. Because that's a baby. But you guys have our children in schools, and they're masked to go play PE. I mean, I'm glad to see everybody here without a mask, especially Kathy. Good to see you smile here and there. Even if we are attacking or saying something you don't like, I appreciate the fact you're not masked. But I don't appreciate seeing children masked. And the state of emergency is lessened. I mean, 8 months, we've had less cases. Gavin Newsom saying, take the masks off. Even released, unvaccinated to be unmasked indoors. So really hope you guys take everything into consideration, because there's going to be a lot of people that just really want this mask thing over with. Please let the babies smile again. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Adam Corkins.
Morning, honorable supervisors.
Morning.
My name is Adam. I'm a husband, father of 5 children, and I live in Ripon. And I come today to speak in support of your courageous decision and leadership to end our local state of emergency, and ask that our public health officer would continue to use her office to oppose the harms of coercive mandates for COVID-19 jabs, masking, and other exclusionary policies in our community. I'm going to speak to you a bit on eugenics. In the early part of the 20th century, our Supreme Court approved a vaccine mandate by a public board in 1905. In 1922, SCOTUS declared that Asians were not whites and they couldn't intermarry. So we still see that justice is evolving. In the same period, eugenics was a popular theory advanced by our public health officials. Buck versus Bell determined that forced sterilization was also legal, citing the Jacobson decision. Jim Crow laws and segregation were legal as well at the time of those decisions. Eugenics is a theory that includes the idea that we could breed better babies, and conditions like poverty, criminality, feeble-mindedness, and even sexual deviance were inheritable traits. U.S. Health and Human Services and state eugenics boards advocated for and funded sterilization of minorities as a necessary public service that would protect society and taxpayers from those deemed inferior or dangerous. Coerced sterilization resulted in a third of Puerto Rican women of childbearing age being sterilized by 1976, 150,000 women. Women coerced by government programs and employers who threatened their jobs and well-being if they did not consent. Medical experts often told these women desperate for birth control that hysterectomies and tubal ligation were reversible and temporary. They were not. Over 20,000 women were sterilized under the direction of the California Eugenics Board. Again, mostly minorities. Medical experts and government officials who conceal facts and dispense with the need for informed consent to drive outcomes are dangerous. This winter, 50% of blacks and Latinos were excluded from public accommodation in New York City due to vaccine passports. Populations justifiably reluctant about the recommendations of a public health apparatus with a history of targeting their communities. History needs to inform our discussion today. I submit that the benefit of time, we will conclude that the harms of policy prescriptions like mandates and lockdowns used to address COVID-19 under a state of emergency were the greater harm to our community. On February 20th, the New York Times published an article highlighting how the CDC was intentionally withholding data on vaccine mandates for cohorts under 49. The performance of vaccines and boosters, particularly in young adults, is among the most glaring omissions in the data by the CDC. We know COVID impacts primarily impact the oldest in our society, yet young workers and children have borne the brunt of our coercive public health policies. Never in human history have old people required young people to take risks, make sacrifices, and die in order to preserve older people. We have a fiduciary duty to our children. Older people sacrifice themselves to take risks to preserve children in a mortal society. We need to stand up and make a moral choice and an ethical choice for our children. The elder members of our family never put such a burden on our children. They made it clear their grandchildren and great-grandchildren were a joy in life worth taking. 2 years later, I'm grateful for that normalcy. I hope we will soon return to an ethical framework that prioritizes protection of children and does not impose harms on our children to preserve the old, and certainly hope we can retreat from harming children to preserve funding. Thank you.
Tara Thornton.
Hi, everybody. Tara Thornton, co-founder of Freedom Angels and United Counties of America. I want to thank you for any and all actions that you take to preserve freedom, to preserve choice, to protect human and civil rights, and I absolutely oppose any position that you take against that. It's quite simple. You heard Jim Crow laws. You are going to hear civil rights, human rights. That's the filter with which you're going to have to look at everything on the agenda before you from here on out, no matter what the issue is. So I got up at 4:30 this morning, started driving at 5 a.m. to get to a public charter school right down the road here, Vincent Shively Aspire Charter. They are segregating and discriminating a group of children that tried to go into school today. The reason I was there is because we don't have a president right now that's calling the AG that's calling for the National Guard to go and desegregate our schools. We had superintendent there, as well as 2 employees who were akin to George Wallace in the 1963 standoff at the schoolhouse doors in Alabama. We were never supposed to go back. When Brown versus Board of Education was decided in 54, we were never supposed to go back to segregation or discrimination. And it is on each of us to have the discernment to recognize the moment in time we're in and what is before us, whether it is a Fulgent Therapeutics contract that you're looking at in your agenda, or it's a mask mandate, or it's a vaccine passport or a smart health pass. It's important to recognize what it is. And I'd like to see your eyes looking at me right now. And what I'm going to tell you is, guess what? Those children, you know what I heard those children saying today at the schoolroom door where they're being blocked? The little girls crying. They said, let us in. I want to go to class. I'm not going to leave. And those children are our heroes. We should be standing with them. So I drove down here 3 hours this morning. I think there's enough of you to take 1 day each for the next 11 days and stand there with them. Is it going to be you tomorrow, Tom? How about you, Kathy? You can take Thursday. Chuck, you want to take Friday? Robert, Monday? Miguel, Tuesday? They deserve better than what they're getting. They don't deserve to be discriminated against. Those children were crying this morning at the doors of a schoolhouse who segregated them this last week because they weren't wearing a mask. And now this week they're blocking the doors. They stood, locked them as modern day slave catchers and didn't let them in. They're on the wrong side of history. Everyone will support them. They have everything they need, these administrators, to make the right decision. And so do you.
Denise Snyder. Denise? Oh, I'm sorry. Looks like an S. I'm sorry.
Okay, I have horrible writing. So thank you all for listening. I do appreciate eyes on the people who are talking today. This is a very important subject. I am with San Joaquin Liberty Coalition. I'm also co-founder of Freedom Angels. And today, being at those schoolroom doors, seeing those children knocking on the doors to be let in, if you think it's bad now, just wait until the vaccine passport and the vaccine mandate start rolling out. Every single one of you are going to be affected by your decisions. It's not just us. Your family, Miguel, your family, Robert, your family, Tom, everybody's family will be affected by the decisions that you make. And although you guys like to pass the buck and say, well, you know, we can't do anything until public health, I think all of us have had enough time to understand and to learn civics. And we understand what position that you guys can take. And I appreciate Miguel for acknowledging your attendance at a crab feed massless and then coming here. It takes a lot to be able to acknowledge that. We want to be able to support the representatives who say, okay, you know, I made a mistake, but you're going to stand up for the children. We need everybody to lock arms. I don't have too much faith in you, Kathy Miller, but everybody else, you know, our kids are going to be forced into a vaccine mandate. Employees are going to be forced into a vaccine mandate, AB 1993, SB 871, SB 866, and doctors are going to be criminalized for giving misinformation, any kind of guidance away from the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. Who is going to take care of these children and the adults who do have injury from it? Because if you believe in science, then you believe that medicine is not a one-size-fits-all. What we saw today were children asking to go to school. While every single one of you are here unmasked. Every single one of you go to events. Every single one of you have parties, go and have a good time. While these children are not a risk, and if you believe in science and if you believe in the data, then you understand that piece. These kids are discriminated against. They're not even able to go into the same bathroom as the other kids because they don't have a mask on. They're having to sit at a school lunch table alone, watching the other kids play because they don't have a mask on, while every single one of you live your life unbothered. San Joaquin County is a county that is strong in agriculture and small business. We're strong here, and we appreciate the work that you guys have done so far, but it's time to end the public health emergency. It's time to take off these masks off our children and adults, and it's time to really pick a side. Because there's no in the middle anymore. There's no just waiting to see what happens. There's no coming out when Newsom comes out to beat your chest and peacock out and saying that you're doing something for the people. It should have been done a long time ago. Miguel, I need you guys to look at us when we're talking, okay? We do this at work. We do this at school. We have to look at people when they're talking to us as a sign of respect. We respect you guys, and we expect the same in return. Thank you.
Jessica Wagner.
Good morning. I'm here with the San Joaquin Liberty Coalition. I'm usually at work at this time, but my employer has decided to follow public health directives that discriminate based on private medical status that were put in place because of a state of emergency. There is a real state of emergency, but it isn't COVID. The emergency is kids continuing to beg for their right to breathe, kids losing out on their social cues and connections because they don't remember what smiles look like, kids isolated and falling into depression and self-harm over what they've lost for the last 2 years. Right now, kids are being denied their education. I've taught primary for 13 years, and seeing the hysteria that these kids have been put through turns my stomach. Anyone that's played a role dreaming up these policies is guilty of crimes committed against the most innocent, and legally, their day in court is coming. Sorry, I lost my place. But here we are, trying to move forward to end this COVID emergency. We all know that it's safe to go back to normal, thanks to that savvy homeschooler at the last meeting that shared pictures of you all at a packed crab feed. You feel comfortable to go back to normal in your private lives, so allow us to do so as well. I fully expect that you will end the state of emergency because it's politically a losing battle, and you all know that it's the right thing to do. For those of you that have listened to us, thank you. I know some of you are trying to hold those higher accountable for answers, and your work is what we need. Represent your communities and hear its desperate plea. Don't stop at ending the emergency. Use whatever influence and connections you have to push back on these new bills aimed at prolonging COVID misery. No child should be forcibly experimented on to go to school or daycare. No worker should lose their job based on their medical choices. No one without symptoms should be forced to test as if they can't be trusted to tell when they feel ill. No 12-year-old should be coerced into defying their parents' consent, and no doctor should be punished for spreading what we all know is true. No more. Your work locally is important, but we all know that there's more coming, and you know about these bills. Please do whatever you can to truly stop this, as some of your acquaintances vote. Reach out with your name and influence. Please commit to doing whatever you can to see that if you support us for our rights, we will be there and support you too. Thank you.
Daniel Hudson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was also at that school today. It's a shame what's happening to the kids today and going to school and wearing masks. I mean, I grew up in a different generation. I see some of you guys here probably in my age group, and it's sad. I'm 73 years old, and I can't believe what I'm going through right now and watching what's happening to these young people and what they're fighting for. And I just ask you, I'm a part of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition also, and I support what they're doing, and I'm asking you we have to put an end to these mandates for these kids. And like I say, if we can have Super Bowls and we can have big parties and everybody having a good time with masks, no masks on, and then we turn around and say kids have to have masks, I don't understand it. Thank you.
Haley Mahoney.
I'm going to pre-lower it so that my son can talk. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm happy to see all of your faces this morning. It's so nice. So like some of the people that were here, I was there this morning. It was actually a friend of mine whose daughters, she has 3 of them, that go to Vincent Shalvey Academy. It's an Aspire public charter school, and I'm highlighting here that it's a public school because we were not treated like it was a public entity at all this morning. We had the sheriffs called on us because we were trying to assist these girls in entering the school doors. They had 3 people that stood there and blocked the school doors. We opened the school doors for them, and their administration literally blocked them and pushed them away. They did not physically assault them. I just want to get that on record. But I want you guys to all understand that these are people that I know, I see in their eyes. We talked to them for a very long time. We were all very civil. These administrators are struggling with this, but they continue to say, I'm just following orders. And you know what they cited? They cited, we're following the numbers of our local health emergency. We're following what the local health officer says. So once again, like I said 2 weeks ago, I'm back here again to tell me who's lying. Who's in charge of who gets to implement what happens to these kids at school? Is it our local public health officer, Dr. Maggie Park? Or is it actually the schools? Because everyone seems to be passing the buck here, and the children are caught in the crossfire. They are being discriminated against. They have been told that they have to use separate bathrooms as of last week. They had to go outside and conduct their school in a separate facility. They are not unclean. The reason why people are so upset about this is because we are going backwards. We are calling people who are healthy unclean purely because they're not wearing a piece of paper over their face. It is wrong, and you guys all know it. I just ask that we end our local health emergency and we revoke the decision-making from Dr. Maggie Park, because the strings are being pulled from Sacramento, and that is the direct vein and the direct line of communication that comes through Dr. Park. Please allow local control again. Do what you guys are elected to do. Dr. Maggie Park is not elected. You guys are elected. Midterms and primaries, they're coming up. I know you guys are all paying attention to that. I know some of you don't care about re-election, Chuck Wayne, Kathy Miller, but there are other people that do care, and we are all constituents, and we all should have a voice. So here's my son.
You guys, we have been letting the mask go for 2 years, and we need to end it, and we will, and I want the kids to go in schools and not wear a mask. And I have been going in school for 4 days, and my mom have pulled me out, and I have said something, but sometimes I haven't gotten to say it. But the days that I have said it, my teachers have not listened to me.
Thanks.
Anyone else here that wishes to speak? Okay, seeing none. Clerk of the board, you have comments?
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. We do. The first public comment was submitted by Letska O'Brandon, who writes, public comments. In an effort of fairness to all, I would ask that the board consider implementing a permanent countywide telework plan. I've read where telework helps the employees. Why is it that only the District 2 representatives, chiefs of staff, works from outside of the office every day and only comes in on board meeting Tuesdays? There are several employees on different floors of the administration building asking the same question on their coffee breaks. Equity or equality? How is that fair? The next comment was submitted by David Mendoza regarding consent item number 1 under flood control, who writes, on December 7th, 2021, I questioned the costs incurred during advertising of the Upper Mormon Slough project due to the project being advertised without complete specifications and 6 addendums issued. At that time, Supervisors Patty and Villapudua commended the Public Works Director on what an outstanding job he and staff had done on this project. According to the county, the costs for the project between March 9th, 2021, when the board approved advertising, and January 1st, 2022, were $1,340,799. This means the cost of designing a project that essentially consists of dumping rock in a channel is over 72% of the cost of construction. The industry standard and maximum allowable reimbursement of state and federal funds is 25% of construction costs. To put in perspective the incompetence and waste of taxpayer funds demonstrated on this project, the complex McHenry Avenue corridor, replacing 2 bridges and installing a new signal, and Woodward Island Bridge, building a brand new bridge over a river, both began in 2004, and the total cost to deliver them to construction in 2017 was 24.6% and 24.9% respectively. With the need throughout the state for more infrastructure funding, wasting millions of dollars is not a good look. Maybe the solution to government waste is to increase taxes. You think you can sell that to your voters? This board has applauded public works instead of holding them accountable for wasting funds, so I will be sharing this with the state politicians to see if they agree. The next comment was submitted by Anonymous, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, in the last board meeting we were reminded how Kathy Miller and Chuck Wynn treated Carlos Villapudua when he was going to be the next chairman. How disgusting you are sitting up on your perch as an example of what white privilege is all about. Without working as a supervisor for 1 minute, you conspired against an Hispanic male office holder to give yourselves superiority over him. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You both show how hateful and self-serving you are. Chuck Wynn, you have the honor of being chairman. How lucky and undeserved that is, considering that you kept that honor away from someone that was respectful to his office, unlike your power grab. San Joaquin County will be well served when you two are out of office. You both are disgusting. I hope your history remembers you both as do-nothing blowhards that talk more than get anything done. Obviously, you are jealous of Supervisor Rickman and Tom Patty. They stand up and lead without folding to your abuse and pressure. Miguel Villapudua, you have put on the agenda something you already voted against. All it took was a few letters to say your name, and you bow down to Miller and Wynn as if you care about anything that is right. Remember, Miguel, they hurt your cousin, and they serve only themselves above all others. Kathy and Chuck, you should resign. The next comment was submitted by Fed Up with San Joaquin and writes, I have watched the Board of Supervisor meeting for the last few years to keep myself informed. And when I watch Supervisor Miller, I see a person who never ever says a true word. We all have met people like her. They are all persona, and everything they do is crafted to obtain what they think is appropriate in the situation. It is all a game, an act. Good politicians, they listen. They go out among their constituents and listens to them. The only San Joaquin resident she is concerned with are the ones that have contributed to her campaign or are a political friend. Supervisor Miller's is not a good politician. Her contempt for the residents of San Joaquin County is obvious. The next comment was submitted by Amanda Malicote, who writes, To whom it may concern, I respectfully ask that the board consider implementing a permanent countywide telework plan. Telework provides better work-life balance for staff. Without telework, it will be harder to recruit and retain staff. Teleworking has been demonstrated effective. No loss of productivity in our department. Would allow the county to reduce its space footprint and saving taxpayer dollars. Thank you for your time and consideration. Amanda Malicote, DCSS. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Please consider permanently extending the hybrid model or one that is similar as it contributes to our overall health and safety. In addition, it allows us to compete with the perks of the private sector and may be the determining factor for someone to stay long-term with one of our county departments versus looking for something that fits their new lifestyle. It's one of those things that is hard to go back to the old when you know that it works. The next comment was submitted by Robert Family, who writes, Thank you, Supervisor Tom Patty, for reminding the public of how bad Kathy Miller and Chuck Wynn are when they used their white privilege to bypass then Supervisor Carlos Villapudua when he was in rotation to be chairman of the board. Your pious, better-than-thou attitude is hurtful to our local government, and you both show how narrow-minded you are when you constantly attack Tom Patty when he's the one always pushing for government action to address our biggest issues like helping the homeless. You both demonstrate your white privilege by overlooking the needs of others. Kathy Miller, you will leave office with no accomplishment other than talk, talk, talk. You offer nothing new other than promote division with others as you look to use Supervisor Miguel Villapudua as your pawn for your own agenda. Chuck Wynn, you should be ashamed of yourself. You insult those elected to serve with you, and you talk endlessly, repeating what others have already said or know. Your arrogance is not a virtue. You are a public servant that exemplifies self-interest and arrogance. Thank you, Robert Rickman, for being a leader that speaks the truth. Miguel Villapudua, please remember that it's Chuck and Kathy that hurt your family and use your position for self-interest, not public service. Tom Petty, keep working for us. Your family supports you, and we love your honesty, fairness, and your willingness to stand strong on principle. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, I am a concerned individual who happened to hear about the elimination of ethnic studies in the school curriculums in Stockton. This would be a grave mistake. Stockton is the most diverse city in America. To do away with ethnic studies would be a detriment and a disservice to the youth with which ethnic studies applies to. As a former student who grew up in Stockton schools and as a person of color, this concerns me greatly. I ask that the board weighs the pros and cons and consider the long-term consequences regarding the diversity, inclusion, and visibility of people of color and marginalized communities that this decision will impact. The next comment is submitted by Stephen Beckham, who writes, millions of people worldwide live in refugee camps designed to provide safety, clean water, food, and essential services. Why is this concept so hard to understand here in San Joaquin County when third world countries make it happen? Currently, we allow random camps with none of the services I listed to exist. Tent living can be a safe alternative, providing safety and services if we organize it correctly. We can no longer ignore this segment of the population simply because they are poor, disadvantaged, and in some cases in need of psychological help. Stephen Beckham. The next comment was submitted by Gary Moore, who writes, hello, we have been monitoring the traffic on Von Sosten Road since the Hanson Road barricade. We have had a driver run straight head-on into the concrete blocks and drive away, then stop and rip the front bumper off, stuff it in the back, and drive away. The traffic has increased from about 75 cars to over 85, and at speeds well above the posted 35-mile-per-hour limit. Children still having to take great risks walking home from the school during the shift changes from Prologis warehouses. From reckless drivers, the noise has increased to an unbearable level from all of the high-volume traffic going east and west on Von Sosten Road due to the degrading road surface. The only way to stop this is to close Hanson Road with emergency access only. Thank you, Gary Moore. And Chairman, when the remaining comments are regarding COVID discussion, would you like me to read them now or during the COVID discussion items?
You can go ahead and read them now.
Okay. The first one was submitted anonymously and writes, thank you, Dr. Park, for always getting us the latest information on COVID-19. It is appreciated what public health is doing, and I am thankful there are options for testing and vaccines around the county. Thank you for keeping our county safe. The next comment was submitted by Bella, who writes, first off, I would like to commend the board for doing their job. We all know it's a tough one. Tom, Patty, and Robert Rickman, thank you for everything that you do. Miguel Villapudua, I met you once, but I've heard nothing but good things about you. So I'm asking you to please do the right thing and vote to suspend any countywide mask mandate and terminate the county's local emergency related to COVID-19. We know there is pressure, but with everything I've heard about you, I am hoping you will do what is right. Thank you. The next comment was submitted anonymously, who writes, my boyfriend and me went to the hospital in French Camp to pay our hospital bill because they had told us we would come in and pay it. I took off work just so I could be there, and when I got there, the door was locked and I could not get helped. There's a sign that says, call, but no one would answer the phone. This is unacceptable and needs to stop. I don't understand how I'm supposed to pay my bill if they don't let people in to pay it. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, as a member of Catholic Families for Freedom and SJC Liberty Coalitions, I support ending the mask mandate in this county for schools and public places. The next comment was submitted by Aubrey Borba, who writes, BOS, I urge you to vote to lift the local emergency. Stanislaus County lifted theirs a few weeks ago. The emergency is over. 2 weeks ago, it was reported at a BOS meeting that our numbers are down and that we have enough preventative and treatment protocols to manage COVID. It was also reported that the last wave was 100% Omicron in our county. The quote data, end quote, has shown Omicron to be less quote deadly, end quote. So what are we doing? At this point, it is abuse of power and money. Our school districts encouraged us to fight for kids at the state level, so we did. Now we are asking it's the counties. Now they are saying it's the county level. So here we are pointing fingers again, passing the buck onto someone else. Let's be consistent in our messaging. No emergency, no mandates, no abuse of power. Let us all breathe. Let us all choose. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, when discussing the termination of county's proclamation of local emergency related to COVID-19, I ask that you move forward to end our state of emergency, just as Stanislaus County has. It is time for us to move forward as well. We are 2 entire years into this. Enough is enough. The next comment was submitted by Deanne Sanchez, who writes, Dear BOS, I urge you to vote to lift the local emergency. I propose suspending the mask mandate in schools. Will this happen during a state of emergency? Not according to some school boards. Stanislaus County lifted theirs a few weeks ago. The emergency is over. 2 weeks ago, it was reported at a BOS meeting that our numbers are down and that we have enough preventative and treatment protocols to manage COVID. Please stop the abuse of power by ending the local emergency for San Joaquin County. No emergency, no mandates, no abuse of power. Let us all breathe. Let us all choose. The next comment was submitted by Alex, who writes, Good morning, BOS. I'm a member of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. I'm writing today to show support for the discussion of ending the public health emergency. Please know that the public supports this decision. I hope that you put real effort into taking real action. Please end the hoax. As for the mask, please do what you need to stop masking our children. Stop following these ridiculous mandates. We cannot have the flip-flop leaders mask our kids again. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Danielle Hagan, who writes, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, I stand in support of your assistance in ending the mask mandate and the termination of the state of emergency for our county. Our neighbors in Stanislaus County were able to accomplish this a few weeks ago, and we should follow their lead. Ending the state of emergency in San Joaquin County will help give local control back to individual school districts. Even the governor lifting the mask mandate for schools after March 11th, we fear that some school districts could still impose the mask mandate due to local county guidelines. The CDPH and San Joaquin County Public Health needs to be more transparent. We are tired of their tyranny and their unscientific and unending mandates. We have suffered enough over these past 2 years. Give us the opportunity to make our own medical decisions based on the data. Your time, leadership, and attention to this matter are greatly appreciated. The next comment is submitted by Brian Chapman, who writes, End county emergency status. There is no emergency anymore. The next comment was submitted by Sam, who writes, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, we as residents of San Joaquin County demand accountability and transparency with the continued local health emergency. Real lives are at stake here. Real people are suffering. Provide evidence that we are in a state of emergency. It's all a big hoax. This is abuse that you are going along with. You want our respect or votes, then act. Stand up and fight for those you represent. The next comment was submitted by Adriana, who writes, Members of San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition and Catholic Families for Freedom, I am all for supporting ending the mask mandate throughout the county. It has been long enough. It should be a personal choice to wear a mask if one feels unsafe. We as parents know what's best for our families' children. We don't need the government telling us what we need to do when it comes to our families' kids. Let them breathe. Let us breathe. The next comment was submitted by Amy, who writes, Dear Board, this is my first time writing in. I'm a mom, a wife, a sister, a daughter. I am one of many community members. Our children have suffered enough. We have all suffered enough. We are all exhausted of this COVID agenda of control. The science is not there. Common sense is not there. The money is there. The money is not worth the abuse imposed upon the people. Do the right thing and stand up for those you represent. How do you want to be remembered? We are watching and we are all paying attention. End the hoax, state of emergency. It's about time you step up. I know so many that support moving forward. We can't all be there to speak, but please know that we are many and mighty. The next comment was submitted by Robert, who writes, board members, hold public health accountable, end the state of emergency, and stand your ground. Daddy Newsom isn't coming to save you. He has hung you all out to dry. You have our backs, we have yours. You turn your backs, good luck there. A concerned father. The next comment was submitted by Meta Rodriguez, who writes, Good morning, board. So as you can see from yesterday's information, we finally got permission to unmask our children in 2 more weeks. It's not like we've ever needed permission in the first place. But I ask why we are waiting 2 more weeks. Will COVID just magically disappear in 2 weeks? Or could it possibly be because midterms are coming up? We all know the answer to that question. We need to end the state of emergency. I don't want them coming back in a couple of weeks and saying, oh, we need to put mandates back in place because people are catching COVID. We just held the Super Bowl in California, and if the members didn't rise, then they are not going to rise all of a sudden when kids take their masks off. I'm going to be honest, I don't feel like this board has done enough to hear us. I think maybe because they only hear themselves or because they can't stop arguing amongst each other. But whatever be the reason, I don't feel like you're hearing us as mothers or parents who are concerned for our children. So please do what's right and end this so-called state of emergency today. I do not want my child or any child being mandated to wear a mask again, where they don't stop the spread of COVID. The next comment was submitted by Jane, who writes, as you have seen throughout the county and the world, governments and elected officials are finally listening to the people and the science and ending these ridiculous COVID restrictions and mandates. This includes letting our kids go to school without masks. This does not apply to Supervisor Miller's, though. Supervisor Miller continues to advocate for these restrictions and mandates. Let us take a look at what she has supported. Supervisor Miller approved shutting down our church and voted to sue a Lodi church because people wanted to practice their faith and pray in person. She condoned the shutting down our small businesses, even though there was no evidence showing they were a contributing factor in COVID cases. She condones the masking of our children, even though evidence proves this as a harmful effect to our children. Remember when she stated at a board meeting those parents should be good role models and wear masks around their children. Supervisor Miller is apparently a better parent than the rest of us. She opposes the county's litigation against state health department to release their records for justifications of the state restrictions in accordance with the Public Records Act. I guess she is not for transparency unless it is something she disagrees politically with. Supervisor Miller continues to choose politics over the rights and safety of the residents of San Joaquin County. Her utter disregard for our rights and the Constitution is a disgrace. The next comment was submitted by Aubrey Borba, who writes, Good morning, BOS. I watched last week's meeting online and was moved to tears listening to all the parents fighting for their children to receive public education free of mandates. Our children are suffering. Speech therapy rates are skyrocketing. BC children cannot learn their sounds from a teacher wearing a mask. The ripple effect of wearing masks on children is going to last years, if not decades. I want to thank District 5 Rep. Robert Rickman for speaking up against the mask mandates on children. I wish more would join you in speaking out and standing up for our children. We need our leaders to stand up, push back, and ask the hard questions. Fight for our children. Ask yourself, why are we doing this to our children? Dr. Parks reported the last wave was 100% Omicron in our county, which stats have shown to be less, quote, deadly, end quote. So what are we doing? This just doesn't make any sense. Our children are suffering, and it's not because they are infected with COVID. It's because the leaders in this state want to rip us all of our freedoms and brainwash us that only COVID can kill them. The brainwashing is real. Our children are told many times throughout the day to make sure their masks are on. Did you ask your child what they learned at school? Many reply, not much. Our teacher spends more time enforcing the mask than teaching. Sit down, shut up, fall in line, cover your face. The next comment was submitted by Kaylee Mahoney, who writes, Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I will continue to remind each of you that you have the opportunity to end the public emergency in our county. It has been publicly recorded that you have had hundreds of your constituents demanding to end the public emergency and discontinue receiving funds from the state that is simply not needed. Welfare is a difficult system to exit. It takes intentional financial and personal decisions to remove yourself from depending on the government, as it's much easier to take a handout than to say no to certain spending projects. You have all been taking money for the last 2 years on behalf of the county to bulk up vaccine testing and other sick care related expenses. There has not been a single campaign that actually promotes prevention or how to thrive. It is a joke to think that our county public health department actually cares about the community's health when it is perpetually spreading fear, manipulation of data, and a false narrative that vaccines and testing somehow saves lives. It has been well researched and documented that the vaccine does not stop transmission. Why do we continue to push out information that it does? We also have had proof from the FDA and CDC that the testing methods are not effective because there has been no isolated virus to actually test against. Stop coercing and incentivizing people to get an experimental injection. It's against the Nuremberg Code. And that concludes the comments, I believe, Chairman, for COVID discussion.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to the minutes. Any revisions, corrections to the minutes for February 1st? And if not, I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Please vote. And it is adopted 5-0. Moving to appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Item 3.1, approve the appointment of positions to various boards and commission. I make the motion that the Board of Supervisors approve the appointment of positions of the following boards and commissions as outlined in Attachment A, which I will read to you now. Assessment Appeal Board number 2, category second alternate member, 1 position, position number 1320.2A, and recommend for appointment Marlinda Gurley from District 2. Aviation Advisory Committee, category member 2 position, position number 1402.2 and 1402.5. Recommend for appointments Mark Plovnik from District 3 and William Treza from District 3. Boggs Track Community Center Advisory Board, category Low Income Representative, 1 position, position number 1503.3. And recommend for appointment Felisa Galindo from District 1. Council for Quality Care and Education of Children, category Discretionary Representative, 1 position, position number 2504.1. Recommend for appointment Autumn Wright from District 3. Economic Development Association, categories Second Supervisor District Representative, 1 position, position number 2602. And recommend for appointment Ann Rogan from District 2. Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, the category of the County Administrative Department Head Representative, 1 position, position number 2702. And recommend for appointment Jeff Woldkamp from District 4. Housing Authority Board, category Tenant Registered with the Housing Authority, 1 position, position number 3606. Recommend for appointment Patricia Barrett from District 1. And Parks and Recreation Commission, category At-Large Representative, 1 position, position number 5106.1, and recommend for appointment Mary Fuhs, F-U-H-S, from District 4. Resource Conservation District, category District Director, 1 position, position number 5401.5, recommend for appointment John Herrick from District 4. Thornton Municipal Advisory Council, category member, 1 position, position number 6402.1, recommend for appointment Susan Nelson from District 4, and Woodbridge Municipal Advisory Council, category member, 1 position, position number 6601.2, recommend for appointment Fred Danielson. If I can just get a second on that.
Second.
Okay, first and second, please vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Moving on to COVID discussion. Mr. Diederich.
Good morning, Chairman Wynn, Boards of Supervisors. Greg Dieter, Healthcare Services Director. I have Dr. Maggie Parker, Public Health Officer, with a presentation this morning. And besides myself, Jared Bagwell with EMS is available to answer questions telephonically as well. Dr. Park, can you please proceed with your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Director Diedrich. If I could have the slides up, please.
Dr. Park, can you please speak up? It's a little hard to hear you.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Starting off with our epi curve, as usual, just want to show you the number of confirmed cases we have to date is above 164,000. Again, this is by PCR testing, and we know that we're not counting all of the rapid tests being done. As you can see, we are coming down from the Omicron surge of late, and we are down to a case rate of 22.3 per 100,000. So it's looking very optimistic. We did put at the bottom of this picture the purple, red, orange, and yellow lines to indicate when we had been below a case rate of 10 and moved from purple to red. And you can see that there were several weeks back in summertime of 2021 when we had fallen under that purple line. But since the Delta surge and now the Omicron surge, we have not been below that purple line with that case rate of 10. And if you look at just the most recent bars to the right, you will see that our case rate is still higher than what we had been at when we were coming out of that Delta surge, but still not as low as we had seen it back in the summertime. But certainly hoping to get there, and it seems that we're on our way down, hopefully to hit that purple line at some point in the next couple of weeks. Next slide, please. So again, this is the data we're thankful to be receiving from our EMS agency as they get reports from our hospitals. And just as with our case count curve, our hospitalization curve, if you look to on the left side, you'll see that with the most recent bump, that blue line is coming down nicely as well. And I was very pleased to see that the number of people in hospitals has decreased progressively to the point where there were 77 in hospital, that blue line, as of yesterday. And our ICU count was at 25 folks in the ICU with 19 on ventilators. And on the right side, you can see the not through the entire pandemic, but just the last 30 days, and how we have been declining as far as our rates of hospitalization. So good news there too. Next slide. Our testing positivity rate is decreasing. If you look on the left, you will see that this is taken from the state, where the darker line is the county and the gray line is the state. We've always had a test positivity that runs a bit higher than the overall state average test positivity. Right now, our test positivity is down to 4.8%. The state's testing positivity is at 2.9%. But we are experiencing a decrease in test positivity rates. Along with that, if you look on the right side, you will see that the demand for testing is also decreasing as people are not as sick and not needing the test and not seeking the test as much. You will see that if you look at the bars, we had gotten as high as a demand for almost 15,000 tests per day back in January, and we are just below 5,000 tests being conducted in the county per day now. Next slide, please. So that brings me to a couple of updates on our testing sites. If you go to the sjready.org website and you look up COVID-19 test sites, you'll see a long list of test sites. But I'm just highlighting a few things here. Number one is just to say that our Ag Center test site has closed as demand decreased, and there was just a trickling of people coming into the Ag Center. That site closed on the 21st. We have the Lodi Festival grounds closing after today as well. Those were both run by HR support. I want to highlight where you could find testing on the weekends. because despite the fact that we do have many test sites throughout the county, we only have these couple that offer testing on the weekends. And these are the Optum Serve test sites at the former school building in Lodi and at San Joaquin General Hospital. The Lodi site had been operational 7 days a week through the surge, and we're back to doing it 4 days a week, but we're very happy that team was able to accommodate weekend days. You will see that at the hospital, there's still a 7-day-a-week operation, 7 to 7. That is likely to decrease as well as demand goes down, but we will try to keep them operational on the weekends. Perhaps, I think the plan right now is Friday to Monday, and that might happen in the next couple of weeks where you'll see the hours decrease, but still very pleased to have the availability of some weekend testing. Next slide. And I just show this slide to point out the fact that if you find our teal-colored vaccine chart on the SJ Ready website, it's under vaccine information. However, this is the SNAP Nurse mobile van sponsored by the state, which also includes testing. And so if you are looking for a test option on the weekends for rapid testing, the van does have rapid testing and is operational on the weekends if you find the event where it is located for the day. And next slide. Speaking of vaccinations, I just wanted to briefly go over our progress with vaccination. The top section shows our county. The bottom is the state. The state has reached an 83.1 percentile rate for those people who have had 1 dose or more. And in our county, we have now passed 75%. We were just below that the last time I presented to you. And now we're at 75.8 percentile as far as the population 5 and over having received at least 1 dose. The dark bar indicates that 62.9% of our population that's eligible is now fully vaccinated. And next slide, I just wanted to show some updates from the CDC with this next slide. And, you know, this might look a bit complicated, but just want to point out the fact that recently the CDC did say that the interval between your second dose and your booster dose, if you were to get an mRNA vaccine, Pfizer or Moderna, could be 5 months instead of 6 months. It's 2 months for Johnson & Johnson that you would receive your booster. And at this point, the recommendation is that for someone who received Johnson & Johnson to then get an mRNA vaccine as their booster dose. That was new a few weeks ago, the 5 months instead of 6 months. What's new now is that the interval between the first and second dose can be extended up to 8 weeks, whether you're doing Pfizer or Moderna. So recall that with Pfizer, the interval between the first and second dose was 3 weeks. For Moderna, it was 4 weeks. But for either, it can be extended out to 8 weeks. This is based on some studies that the ACIP, the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices for CDC, were reviewing. They looked at data coming from 3 studies in Canada and a couple in the UK, which did show that there was a reduced risk of myocarditis if you were to prolong the interval. The risk is very small to begin with, and most people have a mild case of it. However, relatively speaking, the risk is a little bit higher in males aged 12 to 39, so that prolonged interval might be considered for anyone 12 and over, but especially for males 12 to 39. The interval that was longer was studied in all those countries and was not only found to be perhaps a little bit safer, but also perhaps more efficacious as far as the immune response. So that has now been added to the CDC's recommendation as far as timing. A shorter interval, the standard 3 weeks and 4 weeks, is still the recommendation for anyone who is moderately to severely immunocompromised, anyone 65 years or older, and anyone who might need rapid protection due to increased community transmission. And it's also the interval recommended for 5 to 11-year-olds at this time because that group has not been studied, and they are not eligible for boosters yet. And so the next slide, I won't belabor this, but just wanted to share with you that the state of California created their own easier, colorful to look at chart for vaccination timing. and anyone can access that by looking at this again. So I'll just move along. Next slide. There's been a lot of things happening in the last couple of weeks, so I just wanted to give a overview of some of the recent updates that we've seen. On February 14th, California Health and Human Services Secretary Dr. Mark Galley did provide an update to our masking guidance, and I know that Director Diedrich presented this at our last meeting, wherein we said that indoor masking, the mandate would be allowed to expire on February 15th, and would revert to what we had been doing prior to that mandate, which was that unvaccinated people would still be required to wear their masks in indoor public spaces. So that did happen on February 15th, where the mandate was expired. On February 17th, Newsom revealed the SMARTER plan, which I'll touch on briefly. I'm sorry for the typo here. On February 22nd, the State Public Health Officer, Dr. Tomas Aragon, issued a few new orders, updating prior orders that said that certain workers and certain employment statuses had to get their vaccine booster by March 1st. That was extended to anybody who had been contracted Omicron, to say that anyone who was vaccinated with 2 doses but not yet boosted could wait 90 days from the time of infection for the booster. On February 25, there were multiple executive orders rescinded by the governor's office. On February 28th, which was just yesterday, the much anticipated announcement about what we were going to do with masking in schools. And so what Dr. Galley announced was the end of indoor masking requirements in general for the general public, and reverting to a universal strong recommendation. And he also announced that effective at the end of the day on March 11th, in schools, there would also be a universal strong recommendation, but not a requirement. So since that is effective at the end of day March 11th, that essentially starts on school day of March 14th. Next slide. So this is what Dr. Galley presented, and previously we had said that at the public indoor space, effective February 15th, masking would be recommended but still required for unvaccinated. This has changed now to a universal strong recommendation for everyone, whether vaccinated or unvaccinated. Schools and childcare, as I said, after March 11th also becomes a strong recommendation. The areas in which masking is still required is any healthcare setting, so anywhere where our patients are being touched, long-term care facilities, and jails and prisons. The list also includes homeless shelters, emergency cooling centers, and so on and so forth. And also, federally, public transit is a place where there's still masking required. So that's a federal law. Just want to point out here that a strong recommendation to the state is different than just recommended or optional. We believe that this is stronger language than saying mask optional or mask recommended, to say that masking is still strongly recommended. And I want to point out that this is a proposed guidance, and if you look at the bottom note, they say that because local jurisdictions can be more restrictive and can choose to have more additional requirements or be stricter. I want to make it very clear that I am not going to be stricter than the state's baseline floor. So for us, this graph pertains as locally we don't have any local masking mandates. We don't have any local vaccination mandates. We have not had those, so we fall to the state. And so this graph pertains to us as is. Next slide. So what was asked yesterday with this news is that if the general public can now go to a strong recommendation, what happens with Cal OSHA and employers? And we were told that OSHA always points to CDPH, and if you look at the OSHA's emergency temporary standards, it does point out back to CDPH's masking guidance. So the expectation was that in employment settings, the rule would stay that unvaccinated folks go to a strong recommendation. But what we learned this morning is that Governor Newsom signed an order to make sure this happens. So there's now an executive order that says masks will no longer be required for unvaccinated workers indoors, consistent with the updated CDPH guidance, but will be strongly recommended. The only requirement that remains is that employers must be able to provide face coverings upon request if an employee asks one. Next slide, please. The other thing that happened on the 25th was the announcement that the governor was lifting executive orders, and I believe this caused some confusion to people. This doesn't really have to do with the state emergency order or their declaration of an emergency. Some of these executive orders that were allowed to expire or were terminated were really old, even prior to COVID, some from 2015, and some were related to COVID but were felt to be not needed anymore. So 19 of these were terminated immediately, and some of those had to do with things such as commandeering facilities, the governor having the privilege to say that any facility could be used for COVID-related emergency purposes. 18 further ones will expire on March 31. Some of those have to do with the garnishment of COVID relief funds and the payment of retired teachers coming back to work into schools. And then 15 further will expire on June 30th or have been extended to June 30th and will be looked at again. These have to do with some other various issues such as judicial council and IHSS provisions. But importantly, 17 provisions still are in effect that are critical for preventing potential strain on the healthcare delivery system and bolstering our testing and vaccination programs. So for anyone who was concerned or misinterpreted this to think that the state's pulling back on supporting COVID-related programs, it's just not the case at this time. So next slide. As we know, the governor did introduce this plan called the Smarter Plan, which is the state's way of saying we are looking at how to move into the next phase of COVID response. Looking back on the last 2 years, we know that it's been an intense time, and we know that people are looking for a shift away from all the intensity, but we do know that we've learned some things over the last 2 years, and looking forward, we do know that there's still risk for future surges and new variants, so we need to be ready and prepared with what we've learned. So this acronym stands for SHOTS, Masks, Awareness, Readiness, Testing, and Education. And when it comes to shots, the state is saying that they are prepared to keep moving with the vaccination campaign with a goal to keep the ability to vaccinate 200,000 people a day. With masks, we know that masks worn well with good filtration are helpful, and the state will maintain a stockpile of 75 million high-quality masks and be able to distribute them as needed. Awareness includes maintaining a capability to promote education in regards to vaccination, masking, and other mitigation measures. And we need to be able to communicate this clearly through our 58 counties and support the engagement of CBOs. And the goal is to keep engaged at the state level with at least 150 community-based organizations. Readiness pertains to always knowing how to keep aware and be available to conduct surveillance measures to know what's coming. For example, wastewater surveillance, whole genome sequencing, testing to know what's on the horizon so that we could move as needed. Testing, again, to have PCR and antigen tests available when we need it, and to have at least the ability to do 500 tests per day in the state. Education, this is really an eye on keeping schools open with children in their seats and having vaccination opportunities perhaps on school sites. And then, of course, the RX stands for therapeutic, so maximizing our ability to effectively distribute therapeutics that are available, allocate them, and have them utilized. So that was a Smarter Plan. Next slide. This is the map, the way the CDC has now drawn it, and you might recall that when we used to look at the CDC's map on community transmission levels, the entire country was pretty much red. There were a few blues here and there, but red meant you had high transmission and that the suggestion was you should continue to mask everyone indoors. But starting on February 24th, the CDC adjusted how they calculate this and came up with a new color scheme, with orange being high, yellow being medium, and green being low. So next slide. If you recall, just before this new map came out, our entire state was pretty much in the red, including us. And this is because this calculation was made by the CDC using simply just case rates. And what we know with the Omicron surge is that we had a tremendously high case rate throughout the country with Omicron, but that maybe didn't necessarily transmit to how badly people were doing in the hospitals. So really a lot of the local talk at the state level started off this way. We started talking about looking at hospitalizations and deaths and not just purely the case rate. As we know, as I've said before, the case rate doesn't even include the rapid tests and the at-home tests being done. So how can we really look at the numbers that matter? And I think the CDC kind of was thinking along the same lines, looking at perhaps loosening the masking restrictions by using different metrics. So I'll show you those metrics. Next slide. So the metrics still start off with you looking on the left of this table and determining what your case rate is. Fewer than 200 per 100,000 or more than 200 per 100,000 in your county. And then after you've determined that you're at fewer than 200,000 averaged over 7 days, looking at the number of new COVID admissions in your county and the percent of staffed inpatient beds that are occupied. And so this is a calculation that they are now using. So next slide. Based on that, you can then determine what maybe you want to do in your community. And if you looked at the map that I just showed for the state of California, we are in the yellow. Some parts of the state are already in the green, but our county is in the yellow. And this is just a really quick snapshot of what the CDC is suggesting if you are in a county that's yellow. Next slide. And I won't read through all the rest, but just wanted to show you that for each color, there's a little bit more details if you go to the CDC website. So we can just go through the next couple of slides. This is the green, then the next slide is for yellow. And the reason why I include these is just for completeness so you can see basically that these more detailed lists are available. And my last slide is basically to let you all know that the CDPH has now created a therapeutics page. So I know we'd had this talk several weeks ago about the different therapies that are now available throughout the nation for the treatment or prophylaxis of COVID. Just to let you know that if you were to go to that website, all of that information is now on the CDPH treatment page. And that was the last of my slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Dr. Dietrich, in listening to Dr. Park in her presentation in regards to testing, one of the things that struck me, and you and I have had this conversation in the past in regards to the lowering or declining number of tests. And you had indicated that based upon, I think there's 3 testing, HR support, OptiServe, and Fulgent. Is that correct?
That is correct. In addition to, Dr. Park also mentioned the SNAP nurse van that does testing and vaccination, but primarily it's been a HR support that's been a partner very early on, and the utilization of a lot of these sites are now declining to the point where they're not financially viable for the vendors. But as Dr. Park mentioned, a dramatic increase at the beginning or end of December, beginning of January, 15,000 per day, now down to 5,000. So this is still 5,000 a day is pretty much where we were at highs in the July timeframe. So it has come down substantially, but I think there's a significant capacity. What is also available are still CVS, Walgreens type drive-through type testing are available there. And as Dr. Park also mentioned, there's a lot of unreported testing. The testing that she has are the PCR testing, the lab-based testing, a lot of availability of the rapid antigen that are not factored into those counts.
Well, I recall one of your comments was in regards to these declining tests in the past was with Fulgent, for example, that there's a certain threshold by which we have to pay them $1,000 if they don't go over a certain number. And by virtue of that, with the 5 locations, it was something like, as I recall, $25,000 a week, about $100,000 a month, because the testing is much lower than anticipated, or at least what it was in the past. And so we're making those payments, and yet as far as the cost per test or the value, it seems like it's been reduced to become maybe more expensive than certainly what we were providing in the past. Is that correct?
I'd agree with that. Our relationship with Fulgent really started about 13 months ago when we acquired home testing kits. These are pre-positioned. They were provided to CBOs and individuals in the community that so requested them from public health, a self-administered swab, a prepaid FedEx envelopes that went down to their Temple City lab, and basically a code where you could acquire the results. That was how we initially got working with Fulgent. Then with the Delta surge in the summertime and wanting to partner with schools and providing testing for schools to safely reopen schools, we expanded that partnership and funded 5 physical locations that were done at high schools. With that, there was basically a minimum guarantee. If they had less than 750 tests per week per site, we'd pay them a retainer. Since the decline in January, basically all of the sites are under 750, so we're looking at basically starting to terminate those sites because they're no longer needed at this time, and I think there is a sufficient testing capacity. We did transition one of those sites from Ripon to the Mountain House area in partnership with a Delta Community College. That might be a site that still has a viable amount of testing, but I would agree that it's there's sufficient capacity within the county without the Fulgent sites.
So I'm assuming, based upon the contract, that there is an ability to terminate the contract unilaterally, based upon obviously a business model that the costs are excessive. So is that true? Can we terminate the contract based upon the numbers that you've provided?
Correct. So when we stood them up, we also paid them a site fee to the kiosk and some of their fixed costs. So there is an ability to basically stand these down as rapidly as needed.
So, Mr. Miles, in regards to the board, does the board have to vote on, or does the director have the capacity to terminate the contract if the board so desires?
I don't have the contract in front of me. I haven't reviewed it recently, but it seems to me that the director has the authority necessary to stand down the sites based on the language that's been discussed.
Okay. So can the board just direct, or do we have to vote, or what would be the protocol in regards to that?
The board, either one, the board can either direct. If the board wants to take a vote on closing out, that would be appropriate as well.
Okay. Pleasure of the board. Any comments on that particular issue?
I have
Supervisor Puda?
I'd like to see it terminated. Too much controversy.
Supervisor Miller?
I just have a quick question for Mr. Diedrich. With the masking requirements in schools coming off on the 12th, so effective end of day 11th, are we expecting an increase in testing demand, or do schools know yet how they're going to implement that?
So I think one of the reasons for the governor not immediately lifting the mask mandate was trying to get additional capacity in schools. We have these 5 sites, but realistically, there are other avenues for states to, schools to have testing. There's a vendor called Color that basically supports the school-based acquisition of the testing that goes down to the state's lab in Valencia, as well as there is, back in beginning of January, we were looking to get 67,000 approximately rapid antigen tests. A lot of those are now being directly distributed to preschools as well as schools. So I think there are other avenues for schools to acquire testing as needed.
Great. I agree with the comments. I just want to make sure that we're going to maintain the capacities that our schools are going to need to keep kids in class. That's the main. Thanks.
Any other comments? Okay, then I would assume that the board would direct the director to terminate the contract with Fulgent, and I would just leave an open in the event that county council looks at it and there's some other method other than his authority we could revisit this, but I would say at this point, I would say that we would terminate the contract because of the excessive costs that we're incurring.
I'll confer with Mr. D.
Okay,
I agree
thank
with you. I agree with you, Chair. So at least you have 3 of us.
What's that?
Just confirm that 3 that to terminate the contract. So I agree.
Okay.
And Chairman, when I would agree on the business case, it's no longer needed. As also communicated, we still have about 3,100 of those test kits that are in public health, and those will be distributed this week to various of our CBO partners for their utilization if they desire.
Okay, thank you. Okay, somebody was asking to speak, but they disappeared. So any other questions of Dr. Park before Mr. Diederich, Director Diederich, resumes? Seeing none? Okay. Anyone else? Greg, did you want to present? I think Dr. Park's pretty much covered everything that I think most people are concerned about.
I would just comment, I know Jared Bagwell, EMS, is with our mental health operational area coordinator, talked a lot about therapeutics. Therapeutics are readily available. We're actually not taking our allocations at this point because our pharmacy and hospital partners have plenty of stock. That includes the monoclonal antibodies and Paxlovid, the oral pills. EvuShield is another product that is for COVID prophylaxis, but this is really for people with severe immune compromise, somebody might with an organ transplant or oncology treatments. I'm very pleased that San Joaquin General Hospital and I also believe St. Joseph's are accepting that. There's a little bit of a change in that the CDC doubled the recommended dose, so I think people are concerned, well, is that going to limit the supply? But I'm also under the, I understand that there is still adequate supply of that newer therapy as well. So on the therapy base, I think that there's sufficient supply within our county at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 2, suspend any countywide mask mandate by San Joaquin County Office, Board, Organization, Agent, to the extent such action is compliant with state authority, and discuss terminating the county's proclamation of local emergency. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, we see that the governor has already started to suspend and lift the masking mandate, but I think it is relevant for us to discuss, as you have, Chairman, in the past and others have discussed, and it's come up on more than one occasion, discussing the termination, how the board may feel about the current proclamation of local health emergency as it relates to COVID-19. February this past month, Stanislaus County voted and terminated the county's proclamation and local emergency, health emergency. They've got a reference resolution number 2022-0070, and I'm like to have a discussion with this board. I think it's time for us to focus on our orders of business in the county, and I think redirect staff as their priorities may be. I believe it's worth us discussing as a board to terminate and revoke our declaration of emergency. Just a discussion item for us to see what the favor of the board might be.
So I guess my first question would be simply, so what would the impact be on this if we followed your recommendation?
Well, working with county council, I don't believe there'd be any negative impact, but I'll refer through the chair to county council to give a review on the options that would be without any negative impact for the county.
Through the chair, Supervisor Patty, I believe that somebody's here from OES that can address that and is prepared to answer those questions.
Thank you.
Good morning again. Shelley Lima, Office of Emergency Services, and I'd like to introduce the person that will be replacing me whenever I leave, Tiffany Heyer. We're very excited about having Tiffany on board, and I'm sure she will continue the path that we've been on and improve it even more. So we have a short presentation for you to help to explain the answer to the question that you just posed. And I would like to clarify a little bit with the current situation we have, here it is. The governor proclaimed a state of emergency on March 4th, 2020. The president declared a nationwide emergency on March 13th, 2020. The declaration of local health emergency was ratified by this board on March 17th, 2020. That was the health officer order that the health officer proclaimed that emergency. We also proclaimed a local emergency, so our county actually has 2 of these emergencies in place currently. The presidential notice on the continuation of the national emergency concerning the coronavirus came down last week, in that the president extended the emergency as far as the federal government goes. So all 50 states have a proclamation of an emergency. The governor's proclamation further eliminated the 30 to 60-day review, and that's how come we don't have to come before the board every few months like we do with the drought to refresh. County's local emergency was put in place to ensure that we were party to any and all assistance that was made available by the state to care for our citizens of the county, and the public health proclamation allows for mutual aid and to obtain reimbursement where possible, and to ensure that public health professionals have access to necessary PPE to provide quality care and to keep our community safe. President Biden's extended that national emergency proclamation beyond March 1st with no final date in place. Also, Dr. Park mentioned the fact that Governor Gavin Newsom announced lifting the executive orders while maintaining critical measures that support the state's ongoing response and recovery efforts, including maintaining California's testing and vaccination programs. It's important to note that these will help us to prevent any potential strain on the healthcare delivery system while bolstering the state's testing and vaccination programs. The remaining provisions that Dr. Park went over briefly include authorizing expanded scopes of practice for our pharmacists and our pharmacy technicians to provide COVID testing, allow healthcare workers from out of state to continue to provide services in California, and enable certain medical personnel and emergency medical technicians to continue to support the state's response, including administering vaccines. It also enables the Department of Developmental Services to provide remote and expanded non-residential services for more clients. The 13 other remaining provisions ensure COVID workplace safety standards remained aligned with the most current public health guidance and evidence, and provide important flexibility to the state and local agencies to administer the emergency response while the state emergency remains open. I would like to remind you that California Constitution allows the county to make and enforce local ordinances that do not conflict with government or with state general laws. The county must follow the state's requirements, and this means that the state emergency and state health officer proclamation stands as our limit to what we can do as far as masking mandates and other laws and rules. So with that, I'll turn the other recommendations over to Ms.
So just as a reminder, currently we are getting 100% of our FEMA costs back to us right now with the waivers that are in place for COVID specifically. Normally we end up having to pay about 25% of that, and if the state allows, then we can get a match and we may be down to 7%. Currently, FEMA is covering 100% of the costs that we are applying for. We've been able to get back about $3.1 million, and we have another $4 million that is currently pending that we are submitting. We continue to be eligible for state mutual aid from the state with our emergency orders in place. We continue to be able to assist our nonprofits and our community-based organizations with receiving state assistance and state partnerships. They are really getting out there and they are doing a lot of the on-the-ground work for us, and to be able to maintain contact tracing within our organization. To terminate our local emergency, there are many risks that come with it. One of which is if we have another new or increased outbreak and we have to start recalling resources or start looking to enhance those resources again like we did in January.
With our FEMA cost in particular, there is a potential that we would need to meet our $3.1 million threshold to become eligible for reimbursement again. Nobody can confirm that for us, so it is a risk that we take by having to meet that, and there is no guarantee we would get the 100% reimbursable cost, therefore being required to pay that 25% cost share. Additionally, we are at risk for losing any mutual aid resources that we currently have. By saying that we are terminating a local emergency, we are thereby telling the state that we can handle anything that is happening within our county, allowing the state to redeploy those resources to other areas of the state that are still stating that they have a local emergency. So that would potentially take away our SNAP nurse van, any additional PPE, medications, and therapeutics that we are getting, the hospitals that have staffing, additional state staffing, and our 2 opt-and-serve testing sites, and our state opt-and-serve vaccination site. So we are recommending to continue both the local health emergency and the local emergency proclamation, and continue to reevaluate every 30 days if it is still in place at the state level, and then we would plan to terminate it simultaneously with the state. We are available for any questions.
Question for you, thank you, through the chair. We've seen other counties rescind their emergency declaration, and none of these things have been cut off to them because they're just following state guidelines. They're just not really activating their proclamation. There's no real need to do it at that point. So I don't really see where there's, we're scaling everything down as it is, and based on what I've just seen and what was just presented, it seems as though we've still activated and we're mobilizing an extreme degree of assets to address something that's basically collapsing.
So unlike other counties, we don't know exactly what's happening. We know what's happening in our county. We know that we are claiming FEMA. We know that some of these things are still happening. Other counties may have directly used their ARPA and CARES money to pay for a lot of these expenses, where we have chosen to use FEMA and use those monies elsewhere. Continuing to keep this emergency in place is almost an insurance policy for us. It allows us to continue doing these things even if we are on a much more scaled endeavor, and then allow us to ramp back up without having to meet some of these requirements if the situation changes again.
And if I might continue on that, we have recommended a 30-day continuance to reevaluate in 30 days. This gives us a chance to see what resources we no longer need, because right now we are still serving our most vulnerable population. These are the people that don't have the resources to come in here and talk every day or at meetings. These are people that are out in your areas that need this extra service and assistance, like the SNAP van for one. That vehicle is going out to our homeless populations and helping the people in our community that are most vulnerable to help to alleviate or to provide vaccines or to do those COVID testings. So I think it's really important that we realize that we are serving that part of our community, and also the other counties that may have eliminated their emergency proclamation, they do still continue their health proclamation to be allowed to do some of those services. However, we have not been given a straight answer from the state that guarantees us that nothing will be jeopardized. And because we're still using some of these resources, we're still using disaster service workers, we still have our FEMA claim going on. Some of the other counties have not used FEMA as a resource. So these are things that would be eliminated. And then the one thing that Tiffany mentioned is the 3.1 million. As I look forward at this, looking at Dr. Park's curve, in July every year that this has been going on, that curve has increased tremendously. We don't know what tomorrow brings, so it is a chance that we take. And believe me, I hate the masks as much as anybody else. But that chance that we take, we would have to meet that threshold again to apply for a new emergency. So that is something that we need to keep in mind. Continuing this costs us nothing, means nothing. We still abide by the same rules that the state gave us, but eliminating it could impact that risk or cause that risk.
It could, but it may not. Is that Like you said, you're not getting a clear answer?
Knowing for sure, and we can't get a clear answer. So to protect ourselves, that's why we recommend the 30-day. We get a longer amount of time to get a better answer from the feds.
Understood. And this is I put this on the agenda. We have people, even some in the audience here. I've gotten a lot of calls. There's a lot of emails to this effect. I guess there's a could or could not effect. County Council, I know that since this board and myself and others have asked about this in the past, what have you found to be any risk or jeopardy if, as some of the other counties have just ceded the authority to the state, since the state does have authority over the citizens and above the county?
Through the chair, Supervisor Patty, I'm not aware of what has occurred in other counties that may have given up their proclamations.
Okay. All right, well, it's a discussion item. Thank you. It was a great presentation and informative. Chairman, I don't know what other opinions some of the other supervisors might have, but thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I have a question. It's probably going to be to both of you and Mr. Miles. So we've heard about potential negative impacts that could come from ending the emergency declarations. What would change if we do eliminate these emergency declarations? What are the potential benefits? Because what we hear from a lot of members of the public is it's these declarations that are keeping everything in place in this county. And so I want to hear very clearly. I've actually asked for answers in advance, but I would like to hear very clearly what would change if we do remove either of these emergency orders.
Through the chair, Supervisor Miller, removing either one or both of the emergency orders would still leave us under the state's emergency declarations and under the state's or executive orders that have been issued requiring that as of now still require the masking in schools.
And as an employer, do the OSHA laws, which I know remained in place, they still impact the county along with other employers?
Yeah, so this very morning, the governor issued another executive order, and it peeled back the part of the Cal OSHA emergency standard that required masks to be worn by unvaccinated people in public. But it left in place the remainder of the emergency standard through, I believe it's May 4th, that gives them time to evaluate and bring it in line with the new CDC guidelines.
Okay, thank you. And from your standpoint, if the emergency, either one, declarations were lifted, what would be the impact in terms of how COVID and how the county would operate, how the schools would be impacted, how everybody else would be impacted?
Or for OES, and as far as the things that we're doing, the raising or eliminating the emergency health order would likely or could potentially, because we, like I said, we don't have really straight answers, potentially could impact our ability to continue that outreach that we're doing to the most vulnerable population. As far as what we're doing in OES and the things that we do, it changes nothing. Still have the same rules that we have to follow that the state gives us. It really changes nothing. We'll have to do all of our same claims and everything moves on as before.
So what it really impacts is our ability to be reimbursed for services that we're essentially required to provide, but we would now have to redirect CARES Act or ARPA dollars. And if there is another surge, it could potentially change our status on
that would come out of your pocket or the ARPA dollars or any other funding that you might have available, and you would not as easily be able to request FEMA to reimburse any portion of that. And we risk that 100% reimbursement that we currently have on the books today that was granted by the president. If we have a new emergency, then it goes back, it reverts to the original 75-25, where 25% of that falls out of our coffers and impacts us directly.
Right. So early on in the pandemic, early in 2020, this board did make a policy decision that we would essentially adopt and remain in alignment with the health orders that were issued by the state of California, correct? And have we been consistent in that? Have we exceeded the state's orders over the last 2 years?
Through the chair, Supervisor Miller, I believe we have not exceeded the state's orders in the past 2 years.
And we also, if I'm not mistaken, we, as part of that adoption of the policy, we stated as a board that as the requirements are lifted, we would lift them simultaneously?
Yes, to the extent that we had complementary orders in place, those would have been lifted as well.
Okay, and I'm under the impression that Dr. Park has not issued any separate local masking orders, that all we have had in place in this county is exactly what the state has mandated. Is that correct?
I believe that was her statement this morning, yes.
Okay, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I know you, and I talked to our CEO about this same issue a few weeks ago, and I know supplied him with the Stanislaus emergency declaration. Why haven't we reached out to Stanislaus and find out exactly what's going on with them? I mean, what's the repercussions? What are they doing that is different than what you're saying? Is there a FEMA? Is there not? Are these ARPA funds? Or are they not? So,
I haven't looked exactly at Stanislaus County, but in talking with some of our surrounding counties, some of them have rescinded, some of them have done it sooner than Stanislaus had. Again, some of those were not using FEMA funds. They were using ARPA, they were using CARES funding. So they didn't have that need to continue the local emergency on their part. As we start seeing some of these things wrapping up from the state, that is where our concern for these risks come in, that if there is another surge and more of these counties are pulling it.
I understand that. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know we have a limited time, but why didn't we reach out to Stanislaus and find this information out?
We do know that Stanislaus is not using the same resources that we've been using. We're not the exact same situation. And in their board letter, it indicates that the services are no longer needed at this time, and they've decided to take that risk.
Okay, I know I've sent you guys a resolution from the Stanislaus, but what services that they were providing that we were not, and what services they must be continuing something, and what have they eliminated? Was it because of cases? Are they doing, using their ARPA funds? Or are they continuing, using different funds? I mean, all these questions, I would love to have answers for.
We can reach out and get the information for you.
Also, what concerns me is this. When you're talking about a emergency declaration, and as usually we see them, of course, pandemic, this is something that's, we haven't seen, I haven't seen in my lifetime, probably, my parents haven't seen in their lifetime, maybe probably our grandparents haven't. But, the what if scenario, how do you base an incident command system or emergency order on a what if? My concern is this: if we have an emergency order and they're really the emergency doesn't constitute such a high order. And then what you're seeing around here in San Joaquin County now, at least what I've seen, is people pretty much just going along their daily business, right, on their daily activity. So when the time comes that we need to get somebody's attention, the population's attention, and we say, hey, here's an emergency order, we need you guys to listen. And they go, well, we've seen this before, and they ignore it until to their detriment or to everybody's detriment. Isn't that a concern?
It is, but as we've talked at length for many board meetings, we do still have resources in the county, and for us to remove our order and say that we can handle this on our own, we do lose those resources. I think having this in the background, again, our orders have been consistent with the state for a very long time. We have not had anything above or beyond what has been going on with the state.
I'm going to stop you there because we're just going to continue to repeat it. So, I just want to try to get through this as fast as I can because I know other board members have questions. But with that being said, I know Stanislaus rescinded their emergency order as it pertains to OES, but not the public health, correct? So how would that differ?
That would just be, and Shelley, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that would be us lifting ours and saying that as OES, we are stepping back. We are not going to continue providing resources or helping with that coordination, and it would then be all turned back over to public health or healthcare services.
So how would that affect the money and the resources allotment, redistribution, whatever? Would that affect it at all?
It could potentially.
In what way?
By us saying that we don't need these resources anymore, the state could pull them, our funding could have to start over.
But what resources would we pull if we kept, say, for example, like Stanislaus did, the public health order, but took the OES away?
Those are the things that we can't get specific clarification on from the state.
Because Stanislaus did that.
Correct.
So they must know something.
Or they may be taking a risk.
And
Supervisor Rickman, if I could jump in, I would like to remind you that everything OES does is what if. Everything we do. So we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. That's why we write plans, policies.
Right, but we don't do an emergency order on what ifs.
Also, you as a normal person have an insurance policy for your automobile. Do you know if you're going to have a car wreck next week? You haven't had one for a long time. Maybe in a while you can reinstate your insurance policy. And that's what we're likening this to, is our insurance policy, and knowing how the state has been acting and what's going on. This assures us that we'll be able to receive the resources that we need, the SNAP van for one, to help those people that are most vulnerable. It assures us that we get that and that we can be reimbursed for it. If we want to take the chance and pay for this with our ARPA funding or any other funding, we are open to that, and we will do whatever the board asks to do. And we'll continue to file for our FEMA reimbursement for everything over the past 2 years.
And, okay, I understand what you're saying, but my insurance policy affects me and 4 members of my family versus a population of 800,000. So it's apples to oranges. Last question, Chair, is the mutual aid response. Just because, we as a county or as an agency, whatever it may be, you can activate and deactivate mutual aid pretty quickly. And so why couldn't you deactivate mutual aid, and if something does came, the what if scenario, we would reactivate it?
And we would if that's what the board chooses to do.
But why is that a detriment? Because we would
go back to the 3.1
go down or stop our OES, and so we would have to get the OES back up and running. Is that the reason?
Among some of those, yes. We would, again, start back at that 3.1 million threshold. We would start back almost at 0.0 again for this entire response, in pulling in staffing and starting situational awareness over again, things like that, that we would stop doing at the end of this local proclamation that we would have to start doing again. We would go back to business as normal.
And
Supervisor Rickman, if I could just jump in for a second,
sir.
through the chair. So regarding the deductible, if you want to call it that Tiffany's referring to, we have a population-based deductible, if I understand it correctly, of $3 and I believe 59 cents per resident. And so
$4.10.
okay, so I was off. This is why these guys are the experts. And so what happens is for each emergency, I'll use the car insurance thing since Shelley brought it up, is you have a deductible, $500, $1,000 or whatever, and that's so that you don't be reporting small stuff. And so if we have something that escalates over our deductible, which is the $3.1 million, then we can go back to claim. But they don't, we got a waiver when this all went down because this was a once in a generation pandemic. The state did across the board 100% waiver where we didn't have a deductible and we didn't have the co-insurance, if you want, of 25-75 split. And so that's what we would for sure be giving up if we should have something that erupted again. And in addition to the SNAP ban, the OptumServe vaccinations and test sites, those are all assets, if you want, that we now have covered as a part of this emergency that would be lifted. And they wouldn't necessarily go away. They would be at risk.
But is that covered under OES or is that covered under public health, the van?
Covered under the state mutual aid system.
Okay, but we have two different emergencies, declaration. So I'm sorry, Jay. I apologize.
That's all right.
I'm just trying to get that question.
I'm learning too. I've learned more about this in the last couple of weeks than I probably know through the pandemic.
I mean, I'll keep it at that. There seems like where that split is, we don't have an answer. So with that, Chair, thank you for your time. And I would like to get that information of, where the split is, what resources are where, and exactly taking a closer look at Stanislaus and seeing, what they did and what the benefits and so on. And it's, this what if, what ifs, it's, technically on a what if scenario, we can have an emergency, the state, for an example, we could be in a state of emergency forever. What if? What if next year it comes back and strong? What if in 5 years? So are we in this state forever and in this county, even though we're not at that level? Are we going to be in this state because of a what if for we don't do it for wildfires, we don't do it for flooding? I know this is completely different than than those emergencies, but you get my point. I just think we have to be careful when we're starting getting into what ifs. And again, we do have limited resources. What if, another scenario, what if, there's a big flood? Is this going to hamper our resources to help the flood or, the wildfires or whatever it may be? So there's things that we have to take into account to make sure our residents, almost 800,000 of them are taken care of. So with that, Chair, thank you for your patience.
Supervisor Laputa. Thank you, Chair. So thank you for the discussion and thank you for the presentation. Everything you discussed, it doesn't sound like there's zero benefit for us ending the emergency, correct?
Correct.
So I don't understand, so if I can ask our county administrator, what's your point of view on this? Because I don't see any benefit in ending it. Do you have a take on this?
We're Supervisor Villaputua through the chair. We are recommending that we leave it in place, as you heard earlier, to take a look at it in another 30 days. We could not find, I think you heard County Council mention earlier, any benefit to lifting it. The mask mandates, be it with the schools or in businesses or any other environment, has been brought about because of the state orders, not anything that Dr. Park or OES has put here. So we have not been any more restrictive than anyone else. And if we were to kill this thing today, it wouldn't change any of that. So would anything go away immediately? Well, the reset would happen. The deductible and the co-insurance that I just mentioned would be a for sure thing. So we'd be banking on not having another wave where we would need FEMA money. And as far as the other assets go, there's the possibility that they could be redeployed to other counties that don't have their orders in place. So I hope that's your answer.
Great, thank you for that discussion. I think I've heard enough. Can we make a motion to?
Just a second, Supervisor Miller.
Okay, thanks.
Just one more real quick question. It's my understanding that we also have mutual aid personnel at 2 of our local hospitals to help them because they had acute staffing shortages.
That's correct. And that's what I understand. If EMS is still on the line, they might be able to verify that, but that's what I understand.
Okay, and so have we heard from the 2 hospitals involved in terms of their reliance on this additional personnel? Because I know the hospitals have mandatory staffing ratios. If they cannot provide the personnel, they can't keep their doors open. And so have we heard from the hospital? I mean, I know you're in regular communication with everyone.
Yeah, EMS would fall under the EMS agency, and the health officer order could actually cover some of that allowance. So if we were to choose one or the other, that could potentially, if you leave the health officer order in place, that could potentially help that. I know that the health officer order has different items listed for what it covers as the local health or local emergency proclamation too. So that's the difference between the two. But I'd have to refer to the EMS agency to better answer that question.
Okay, thank you. From my standpoint, I agree with Supervisor Villaputo. I don't see any benefits. I don't see that anything is going to materially change other than, for sure, if we have another surge, it's going to cost us $3 million additional dollars out of our general fund dollars, and potentially an additional 25% of whatever reimbursable costs we may have down the road. I don't see the risk as being in relationship at all to the benefits, which are essentially zero. So from my standpoint, I can't see moving forward on this.
Just a couple of comments in regards to, certainly appreciate all the comments from my fellow supervisors, but one of the things that I have really appreciated in regards to local emergencies, which we've had usually for natural disasters in the past. For example, back in the January 17, we had the floods. And by virtue of that, because of the local emergency, we were able to do a lot of things we wouldn't be able to do normally. There was a lot of regulations that were waived that provide a lot of flexibility and a lot of resources that we obtained both from the state and federal government because of that local emergency declaration. In this particular case, and I'm not quite sure, in the title it talks about terminating the local emergency related to COVID without effect on the declaration of local health emergency. I think we're maybe talking about both of them in this particular instance. But one of the things that I think we've really benefited from in regards to these emergencies is, for example, I think it's been touched upon in regards to, for example, using our towers at the hospital, which we wouldn't be able to use for capacity, importing out-of-state healthcare workers, which we normally couldn't do, the ratios that Supervisor Miller talks about. I think one of the things that I think I certainly appreciate from this board is really when we actually Supervisor Patty and I chaired an ad hoc committee in regards to working with the fire service, fire departments in regards to enlisting their paramedics and EMTs to assist in some of the sites that we had for vaccination, et cetera. And that was something that I don't think we can do normally because of a whole bunch of regulations. So I think these have really benefited us in regards to getting the job done. And I think that the bottom line is I think the purpose of this request is primarily, and there's still members of the audience that somehow we want to get rid of the mask mandates and the vaccine mandates and all these sundry things that go along with that. But as I've heard, I don't think if we got rid of both of them, that would affect anything in regards to the schools, the mandates, the masks, the vaccinations, nothing. So we're stuck. We're stuck with something that, unfortunately, we have no authority or control over, contrary to what a lot of statements have made I understand, you know, I guess the greed from taking money, et cetera. I get it, but it's money that can benefit our entire population and certainly the services. And so my point is that as Supervisor Laputa talks about, I don't see any benefit in regards to really addressing the key problem that I think most of our population is railing against, which is the masking and the vaccinations. So, and with Vice Chair Rickman, I understand, and I have no problem with us, you know, contacting Stanislaus County. Apparently, you've contacted other counties and find out exactly, you know, what they were thinking when they made that decision, because we may be talking apples and oranges. But I think if we're going to do anything, we probably ought to do it down the road after we have more information that we can weigh and make a more informed decision as to moving forward. So I would agree that there's certainly no benefit at this time to move forward on these issues until we have a better handle. And as Tiffany, as you talk about, we can't get a straight answer from this state, and maybe, you know, we're meeting again on the 22nd. Maybe by then we'll have some more information we can provide to the rest of the board members as to, you know, what would be the potential consequences of something like this. I think we're all interested in doing the best we can for our residents. Almost all 800,000, as Vice Chair Rickman talks about. And by doing anything with what we're talking about today, we're not going to change any mask mandates or vaccinating men. It's not going to happen. It's unfortunately something, by the way, that I think us on the board feel very strongly about. But on the other hand, there's certain, I guess, restrictions that we are imposed and we have to deal with. And hopefully we'll all be on the same page soon with the governor and the states. So with that, just a second. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate all of the supervisors speaking up on this, and I really can't disagree with anybody's point. But at some point, we do have to, you know, and I agree that maybe 30 days, let's look at it again. At some point, we have to realize that we may not actually be overwhelming the medical system, which was the exact reason and the call to action. And of course, public safety, public health is paramount. And it's a #1 responsibility, I believe, that we would all equally share. So I would just say, and I believe we may have some public comments, but at some point it's got to end. At some point, we take responsibility. I think the governor is very carefully walking things back. I appreciate that he's starting to recognize students don't need the masking. I guess the teachers union probably gave him a blessing to do that. And that's, you know, fine. Let's err on the side of caution. I did have the opportunity to be outside this entire weekend, and I can tell you, sleeps in her mask, goes outside in public, tried to break the ice with her a little bit, get a high five. She literally pulled her sleeve over her sweatshirt sleeve over her hand, and she was afraid to touch somebody. The detriment and the damage that our continued enforcement or recognition, and I know that we're not enforcing anything above the state, and we don't have authority above the state. I get it. But we also have to say there's some states that have said, we're no longer declaring an emergency, and be that as it may. I'm not saying we're going to supersede the state, but we're also saying that, you know what? We got this. We got it handled. We're fine here, and we appreciate the cooperation amongst agencies, and we appreciate the participation that we all have in being careful and responsible citizens and departments overseeing San Joaquin County and you know, how we're dealing with this situation. So at some point, it's got to end. At some point, we say, state, whatever you do, you're going to do. Governor Newsom may want to keep his authorities for the next, when he's reelected, for another 4 more years after that, just in case. But at some point, say, you know what? We're okay. We're moving on. We got it handled. And I don't want to pass up on dollars. I'm not forsaking. I don't want to do anything that's precarious or jeopardizes. But at some point, we got to recognize it's time to move on. So, you know, thank you, Chair, and pass it back to you.
Supervisor Miller.
2 things. First of all, I think most of our kids take their cues from their parents and their families. And I think there's been excessive rhetoric on both sides of this issue within families that haven't really made it easier for kids to navigate through this. And I think that's a shame. But I also, the comments that we've been getting week after week, that somehow this board is engaged in some sort of shameful chasing of dollars and we're selling out. I am just going to say we are not a wealthy county. Our median income is much lower than most of the other counties. And for us to simply say, we don't care about another 3 million, potentially 5 million, we're not talking about a little bit of money. We're talking about a lot of money that is needed in this county. And in my mind, the fact that the board has made a decision very early on to not impose any additional or harsher sanctions or orders on our populace, but that we would remain compliant with the state, that is being responsible and good stewards of tax dollars in this county. And you may disagree, and that's fine, but we've heard from all of our senior staff that there's no benefits for this and there's a risk. So I, for one, am not going to apologize for being fiscally conservative and making sure that our county protects the potential for reimbursement for services that our residents need. Thanks.
Thank you. Public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this particular subject? Please state your name.
Here in San Joaquin County, Miller, did you just really blame parents for this? You are shameful, to be quite honest, and you're very greedy. And I'm also interested in the coordinated and strategic showing of the Office of Emergency Services. This has not happened in any other county, lifting the emergency. So I'm interested on who called them, Miller or Miguel. And if you buckled at the last meeting, you're going to be very shocked at what we're coming up with next. So what this sounds like is a misuse of public funds and fraud. What if? What if? What if? I mean, what if I'm going to be unemployed next week? Can I still apply for unemployment insurance? What if? I would be arrested, as you should be, too, for continuing to take the money when you know we are not in a public health emergency. This has cost our county and our children everything. Don't say that ending this wouldn't do anything. Don't huff and puff at me. Oh, you just did? Oh, you're going to be very interested in what we're going to come up with next, Miguel. Good luck, because shaking and crying, not knowing what you're going to do next, is not very political of you. I am tired of the bowl of money being exchanged for our children's mental well-being. You guys have shut us down, shut down businesses, putting us in a public health emergency and continuing to declare us in an emergency it's fraud. And everybody here knows it. So who called them? Yeah, pay attention, Kathy. We're not going to stand for this. I really don't care what your position is. We're going to continue to move forward on every single person who's complying with the fraud here in San Joaquin County. You know we're not a rich county. Why don't you allocate the money that we already have for services for the homeless and for the ones who are immunocompromised? Instead of taking money, keeping insurance just in case? Is that scientific? I thought we were going on the part of science. Instead, we're what if? What if we're in a public health emergency for 10 years? You guys are still going to do it? I can't believe we're sitting here listening to you guys talking about money in exchange for our children's mental health and the community's well-being. We will stand behind any politician, even if I don't like you, we will stand behind any politician who protects parental rights, protects our California Constitution and our United States Constitution. Instead, you sit there smugly thinking that you're going to be able to get away with this, and boy, you are sadly mistaken. We'll see you next time, Miguel.
Tara Thornton. OES, Office of Emergency Services, county level here. That's really interesting. I would love to see OES always standing ready for floods, fire, real emergencies, and who knows what's going on globally in the wars. We want you ready at that. I absolutely agree this is misuse of public funds because there is no public health emergency right now. Are there people in need? Yes. There's always been people suffering and falling through the gap, and they've always needed our help, and it's up to us to do better and better every time. I want to see people giving point of care vitamin D tests. I want to make sure people have treatment early on. When you talk about zero benefits, no impacts, there is absolutely. Tom just explained there are people out there, children living in fear. There are 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old children that I saw crying today at a schoolhouse door because this charade that there's an emergency is being upheld, that they should be excluded from those schools. No. It was always wrong to discriminate and segregate anything that's hateful and divides us, and it still is. Those children were crying. I got up at 4:30 to drive 3 hours here to stand in the gap with those little heroes. And you know what? Every hospital here, there are people being kept out from their loved ones if they get a positive COVID test. They don't even get to wear the same PPE that the people caring for them get to wear because of the charade that we are in an emergency. You don't have to force someone to wear a mask or to give dollars to help people in need by public funds or private if there is a true crisis emergency. Your job is to focus people over target where the real emergencies are, where the real pain and suffering is happening. Shame on you. This is a misuse of public funds. That money should not be spent that way. And no, we don't want this to go on forever. At some point, you have to call it. You have to call it. Unless you're out there living in a hazmat suit, then I would think you should know better. It's time to call it. Otherwise, we're looking at criminal malfeasance. We're looking at critical thinking defects. We're looking at large-scale grifts and abuse of public funds. What else could it be? I want every one of you to think about going in front of that school tomorrow morning, that Aspire charter school, public charter school, and stand there with those little kids and look in their faces. They were at the door asking to be let in. They were crying. There are families crying every day to get into their loved ones in the hospital. Zero benefit, huh, Kathy Miller? Not even close. Every time you stay in this charade, you give people the power to keep it up and segregate and hurt and discriminate others. Shame on you.
Okay, so is there a
Chairman
motion?
Nguyen?
Yes.
I apologize. We do have written
Oh, I'm
comments.
sorry.
On this item.
Go ahead.
Thanks. The first comment is submitted by Stephanie Dagry, registered nurse, who writes, I am absolutely overjoyed to see your beautiful faces this morning. Thank you for sharing your smiles with us today. Over the weekend, a large group of nurses, firefighters, law enforcement officers, teachers, and other frontline workers gathered with their families at the Ripon Almond Blossom Festival and Parade. We gathered in unity with the mission of inspiring our community. We have been suffering a tremendous amount of collateral damage as a result of the restrictive and detrimental policies set in place due to the corrupt and coercive overreach of our state and federal government with the help of our public health departments. All of these voices you have heard today are only a minuscule representation of a huge united force. We are mothers, fathers, grandparents, nurses, respiratory therapists, educators, clergymen, firefighter, law enforcement officers, and so much more. We will no longer follow ineffective, unscientific, and unconstitutional orders which are harming our children, our patients, and the community as a whole. We ask you all to join our fight against the evils of overreach from our governmental bodies and public health departments. It's past time to end the proclamation and the declaration of emergency in our county. It's time to take back local control and focus on what is truly plaguing our communities, such as mental health, especially in our children and youth, suicide, obesity, opioid overdoses, homelessness, and our failing education systems. I hope you are hearing us today with open hearts and minds. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Many folks, myself included, are grateful to not have to touch in order to greet or interact anymore. Perhaps don't assume people want to high five or shake hands when they see you. It hopefully goes away as a norm after this pandemic. The next comment was submitted by Aubrey Brockmeyer, who writes, "We are no longer in a local state of pandemic. Please release San Joaquin County out of this control. Be a county that stands up. Keep your positions by standing up for the people. We want representatives that stand up against ridiculous mandates and stand against laws taking away medical freedom. If you can stand in a crowd getting crabbed freely without masks or vaccine passport, then your voters can do the same. We see you and we share. If you can't stand for us, we won't stand for you, and we will vote in the people who will stand for the people against this hypocrisy and our freedoms being taken. We will no longer be silent. We no longer will be still. I ask each of you, you're a small position of government, but you could be the heroes that set an example for the rest of the state, that our county sees that this is over and it's time to move on and end the state of emergency and get back to the business, the people, and the county again." The next comment was submitted by Sarah Miller, who writes, "BOS, I urge you to vote to lift the local emergency. Stanislaus County lifted theirs a few weeks ago. The emergency is over. 2 weeks ago, it was reported at a BOS meeting that our members are down and that we have enough preventative treatment protocols to manage COVID. It was also reported that the last wave was 100% Omicron in our county. The data has shown Omicron to be less deadly, so what are we doing? At this point, it is abuse of power and money. Our school districts encouraged us to fight for kids at the state level, so we did. Now we are saying it's the county level, so here we are pointing fingers again, passing the buck onto someone else. Let's be consistent in our messaging. No emergency, no mandates, no abuse of power. Let us breathe. Let us all choose." And the next comment was submitted by Katie Galvin, who writes, "End the local health emergency. This board and all state officials are bound by an oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the state and the Constitution of the United States, pursuant to CAHSC 101080 and CAGOV Code 8630D. The County Board of Supervisors is required under law to terminate the local health emergency at the earliest possible date. The law does not allow for a governing board to extend the local health emergency for convenience, funding, waiting on government action, or any other reason. If the current conditions in San Joaquin County do not warrant a local health emergency, it is illegal to continue the local health emergency in order to continue receiving state and federal funding. Where's the evidence that San Joaquin County is still in a local health emergency? It is evidence is not presented and does not exist. There is no objective means of certifying that there is a local health emergency in San Joaquin County. Fraud is the misrepresentation of information for gain. Extending the local health emergency when the law requires its termination is fraud. Fraud is a felony. Felonies carry a prison sentence. If the local health emergency is not ended, a formal notice of claim will be prepared against this board to seek the court to require this board to enforce its required action to terminate the local health emergency pursuant to CAHSC 101080 and CAGOV Code 8630D. We will continue to support the supervisors fighting for freedom." And that concludes the comments for this item.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rickman had asked earlier to ask a question of Mr. Diederich, but I don't see him unless he's out in the way.
I think I made eye contact with him when he took off.
Okay, all right.
But I just have one quick question for our counselor, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead. Director Diederich's there, so.
Oh, okay. You had your chance. I just had one quick question for you, Mr. Diederich, and I'm sorry I didn't ask you earlier. As it relates to therapeutics, and you were saying that we have enough of it, so we don't need it. But are we stockpiling it? Meaning that if they're giving it to us, are we have a nice healthy reserve? Because you saw what happened in the beginning, we didn't get any, and now we have a plethora of it. I just don't want to run into that same problem again.
So the Mohawk EMS does not directly store it. We coordinate the distribution of it. Some of them have minimal order quantities of 20. but we're given a state allocation every week. And as mentioned, we're not taking that state allocation. Earlier on, there's other counties that were not taking their allocation, and we're basically taking theirs, if you will. But at this point, none of our the entities, the pharmacies, the hospitals that would be shipped to are not requesting it. So I would not say we're not stockpiling at the local level, but there's definitely access. If we did need to draw more down, there is resources still in state warehouses.
Okay, that was my question for you. So thank you very much for coming back. And Counselor, for you, I know it's not a bill yet, but the vaccine mandate, I know it's up there in Sacramento, running around. If that bill does become law, would we have standing to go after that? We have a resolution prohibiting vaccine passports for here in San Joaquin County for county specific, but would we have standing in order to fight that for our residents?
I'll have to review that.
That was just my question for you.
I'll look into that.
All right, thank you, sir. And thank you, Chair, for your patience.
Supervisor Laputa. Thank you, Chair. Questions for County Council. Mr. Miles, apparently what these ladies are saying, by us voting to keep the emergency, are we saying no to any kids going to school? Does that have anything to do with us to mask the school? All these questions they're answering, does that have anything to do with our decision?
The decision to keep the local emergency order in place doesn't change the state's position on when and where masks are required.
So by us declaring keeping the state emergency going, we're basically saying we're going to keep the free insurance policy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does that answer your questions?
No, can we respond?
Sure, let's hear it. I mean, it's up to me, it's up to the chair, I'm sorry.
Well, I think Tom really said it clearly when he told you about the 13-year-old. Every time that we say there's something, a state of emergency so grave that we have to, as Chuck said, suspend emergency powers and look at all these great things we get to do and we can move flexibly. That's limited and for a reason, but it's not to be going on for 2 years so you can move it a whole new way administratively and legislatively. No, there's real. You remember that story a few weeks ago of the mother whose son with an IEP, he vomited in his mask. Let me tell you.
Okay.
I paused because I'm trying not to cry. There are people around the nation crying because that happened and because it's happening over and over and over, especially in the places that they're perpetuating the fear, that they're laying, every time you leave a layer of this in place, you allow a superintendent to decide it's okay to go stricter than the state or the county and exclude those children, block them at the door. Honest to God, modern day slave catchers at the door, George Wallace's at the door, because they're empowered to by every layer of this that you leave in place. That 13-year-old who wouldn't shake hands. It's there that you are aiding and abetting of that. So you cannot go to sleep at night with a clear conscience that there is no consequences to these decisions.
Okay, through the chair, may I answer her? May I speak?
Oops, sorry.
Before we go.
Well, he directed a question to us, so I feel we should be able to respond.
Okay, and then.
Anytime we go to these.
Excuse me. As soon as you're through, Supervisor Laputa will respond, and then discussion is over. Thank you.
Okay, you just heard our county council say our decision makes zero effect of what you're saying. Zero. Whether we say yes or no, they're still going to wear the mask till the 11th of March.
We are boots on the ground. We go to school districts. We go to other counties. We work on a national level.
I understand.
And you're not letting me finish.
I understand that. I respect
but not letting me finish.
Decision.
I did not interrupt you. You need to give me some time.
Go ahead.
When we go to these schools, they say they are waiting for local representatives to give them direction. You are going to allow the schools to make their decisions on mask policies. We just left a school saying that they were waiting for information from you guys. When you say that it is going to just allow you to keep the insurance policy, it's not as simple as allowing you to keep the insurance policy. You're receiving taxpayer money and then allocating it to airports. You're allocating it to things that do not go to loss of learning. You're allocating it to entities that don't do anything for San Joaquin County. What it's doing is psychological warfare on the people who live here, pretending that you're in a public health emergency when clearly you don't believe it. And we can tell that because of the actions by every single board member here. So you want the money. You want to be able to move, like Tara said, in a way that supersedes the legislative branches of government, how we usually have it, how we usually have the conversations to say, okay, we're going to allocate money for this entity, for the homeless or the vans, whatever it is that comes from public health. You're sitting here wanting to keep the public health emergency, to continue to use the money and allocate it however you feel is necessary without the input of the taxpayers who actually pay for this. So ending the public health emergency is much more than just, it's not going to do anything for us. It's going to give the assurance to the people in San Joaquin County that you guys are listening, you guys are looking at the data and making the right decisions instead of just falling in line and collecting the money and to keep the insurance policy. I would love to have an insurance policy to know that I'm never going to be unemployed, but sadly, that's not the way it goes. And we shouldn't be processing all of this on what ifs or maybes. What if or maybe the world explodes tomorrow? Then we don't have any of this. We should be talking about the real science, the real data, and what's going on in San Joaquin County and protecting the children, your families in this county. We are no longer going to just sit here and just let you say, well, there's nothing we can do. If you really believe that, then you shouldn't be in politics.
And it's all connected. I mean, just because it doesn't have a direct impact doesn't mean it doesn't have an effect. All of it matters. Every effort in course correcting in truth and in the right way matters. Okay. You don't get off just by, well, it doesn't have an A to B correlation.
Supervisor Patty, could you quickly respond?
I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't hear you.
Could you quickly respond?
Yeah, I think at some point we'll wrap this up, but I think the suggestion from our Office of Emergency Services, do a 30-day review. It's not actionable, what we put in. We know that the governor's already walked back the masking, so it's kind of a moot point. But I'm glad we've had this discussion. I think OES has made a recommendation that we review this every 30 days. One last question I would ask County Council through the chair is one of the letters on public comment cited some of the legal obligations of what is or isn't grounds for an emergency declaration. So I'd like us to look into that so that make sure that we're compliant with what is justifiably considered viable grounds to continue an emergency declaration. And then I'll lastly state, and Chairman, when speaking with Director Dietrich, I think we just authorized him to suspend a testing program. That seems almost hypocritical if we're going to suspend the testing program just in case. We also heard Office of Emergency Services say how things spike up in July. So there's a little bit of mixed signals here. Again, every opinion that's been given is accurate. There is dollars at stake. There are services that are valuable. But I'll finish with, at some point, this has to end. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, just to respond, Supervisor Patty, it's a termination of a contract that is extremely expensive. We still have other testing processes available, so that's all it is. So with that, we'll conclude the discussion. Thank you, Supervisor Patty, in regards
Can I make one comment? It's not going to take 3 minutes.
Okay.
I've been upset, but I've been here plenty of times speaking. My name is Araceli Flores, and I haven't spoken the last 2 times I'm here because I'm just disgusted, honestly. Thank you, Tom, for speaking up for the people.
Supervisor Patty, thank you.
Supervisor Patty, Tom, Patty. I do want to say one thing. You guys are all worried about this insurance and how it's going to cover you and all this. What if we're right? What if this is all a fraud? Is your insurance going to cover you then? If this is a pandemic, which is what it is Gavin Newsom going to come to your rescue? He sure is not. He's already throwing you all under the bus. Think about that. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Anyone wishing to pull any items
Chairman
from
Nguyen?
consent? Yes.
We still have a discussion item under COVID, and I'm not sure.
Oh,
if
I'm
the
sorry,
board
E2D2.
also may have wanted to take action on this item. I'm not sure. Just wanted to
Up
double check.
Supervisor Patty. I think he was saying we would.
I don't think there's any action to take. The action was if we're going to suspend the masking, and that's not actionable this time. And I think we'll do the 30-day review. There's some more information OES is going to bring back. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so we have the presentation, Employment Economic Development Department on relief across downtown program.
Okay, good. I think still good morning. I still have 1 minute. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Patty Virgin with the Employment and Economic Development Department, board members. We are here to make a presentation, give you an update on the RAD card program. I have with me Katie Poole, who will be making the presentation. We also have Josh Bridegroom on the phone, and he will be available to answer any questions you may have. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen and board members, and thank you for letting me present to you. This is my inaugural speech in front of you all, so I'm a little nervous, so I apologize if I talk too fast. Let me know. I can take a deep breath and slow down. So the RAD card, Relief Across Downtown. There we go. So round two brought improvements. These improvements were due to you, Board of Supervisors, authorizing an additional $1 million in June 2021. San Joaquin County option was also added instead of having each individual city. And a dollar for dollar match up to $200 was done. Previously, it had been only up to $100. Some features included a map search feature being added, which is what you'll see here. And then we had the ability for businesses to add contact cards. They could do as little or as much with these contact cards as they would like. Some of them opted to just have the card there, but some of them opted to add links to their websites and a picture of their business as well, which was helpful for our customers. The RAD card completely was updated for round two with also a new look and layout, which kind of vamped it up a little. The numbers. So as of February 6th, 2022, 249 businesses were enrolled in our RAD card program. This is now up as of the latest numbers I received was February 22nd to 256 businesses. So businesses are still joining. And then here's a little video. Is there sound that can be turned on? Some of the faces of the local Miracle Mile businesses that are using the RAD card actively for their customers. So the numbers, as I was saying, 249 businesses were enrolled as of February 6th. Now at February 22nd, as of last week, there are 256, which shows more and more businesses are still utilizing it. 46% of those businesses as of February 6th had business sales over $1,000 from the RAD card alone, and 28% had business sales over $10,000 from the RAD card alone. All donor funds at this point have been expended, so everything is completely used from the previous allotments. 2.5 million approximately has been spent at local businesses since the start of the RAD card in May of 2021. Approximately 1.7 million has been spent to purchase RAD cards, equating to 3.4 million because of the match and million in consumer purchasing power. Here's some numbers by location. This breaks down the different cities that we had at the beginning in round 1 and at the beginning of round 2. And then you can see we added San Joaquin County at the end. There's no number of businesses for San Joaquin County because that is the total, the 249, of course, across each city. Then you will see the business sales alone is over 2.5 million. The RAD matched funds is the 3.4, and this is matched funds between rounds 1 and 2 and includes the Board of Supers allocation and participant money. And then the percent of funds spent is the last column, and you can see the grand total, 73% of all funds have been spent for the RAD card. This includes matched funds and business sales. And this means that with the admin fees and bank fees that we had to include for DOMA, 80% of all funds has been used for the RAD card. Reporting for all of this is provided by DOMA. The next one is our business types. So you can see from this graph that cafes and retail are the primary business types that utilize the RAD card. And then, of course, restaurants, personal care services, barbershops, and hair salons. I would like personally to see a growth in museums and art galleries and workshops. I think that would be beneficial and certainly a place that we can focus on. So what does this mean? Our recommendations is to allocate about 2.3 million in additional funding, and I'll give you the exact dollar amount in a few slides. Allocate all the funding to San Joaquin County only. Do not separate it by city because all of those cities are incorporated within that San Joaquin County option. By doing this, it will eliminate the allocations by geographic area only, which will reduce the need to move funds around for the RAD card. We can provide businesses with technological limitations with tablets and in-person training with specific parameters to be an eligible business being met. A training video will be created for businesses on best practices and dedicated E2D2 staff to provide assistance with signing up for it, questions, troubleshooting issues, or concerns with a direct line to DOMA. We'll also enhance marketing outreach overseen and led by E2D2 staff, which leads us into our next slide regarding our marketing strategy. So previously, DOMO had led marketing efforts by reaching out to existing customers and relying on crowdsourcing, which has given us some measure of success and is why we are where we're at today. E2D2 outreach will include a radio campaign, continued use of social media and email blasts through constant contact, and an increase of feet on the ground outreach with bilingual staff and bilingual flyers. Training videos for businesses and consumers each on how to sign up and use the app in both English and Spanish will be created. If you're familiar with Small Business Grant Round 4, I created a how-to tutorial for how to apply that was very helpful to a lot of applicants, and I will be doing the same with assistance from bilingual speakers to make a Spanish version as well. We will partner with our local travel sites such as Visit Stockton, Visit Lodi, etc., Chambers of Commerce's and CBO's, community-based organizations focused on small business and community involvement. So going forward, E2D2 will take the lead on marketing for San Joaquin by joining, like I said, with local radio stations. This round of RAD will also coincide with the release of our micro-business COVID relief grant that the board previously approved, which will allow for caseworkers of the grant to refer businesses at the same time to the RAD card program to increase their customer traffic and lower expenses with no credit card fees being charged to the business by utilizing the RAD card. So the RAD card budget, and here's your exact dollar amount, $2,306,063. $2 million to be added to match to county residents on the RAD card, so the full $2 million will go to the RAD card. 11% administrative fee to DOMO, which is the $220,000, marketing costs of approximately $15,000, and the purchase of technology devices for businesses to process RAD transactions, approximately $30,000.
If either of those are not totally utilized, the unused funds will go back to the county match. And then E2D2 staff salaries and related costs would be a $41,063. So this concludes, and at this time we'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. It just confirmed, so between April 1st and September 30th, we're going to be allocating 2.3.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure we put that information out there. Thank you guys very much. I mean, the RAD program has been exceptional, and I know by out there talking to businesses how much they do appreciate it. I know just 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was talking to a business downtown in my district, and they were saying, you know, especially in Christmas, how much more foot traffic they got because of this. Mm-hmm. And, you know, and I know I check up on it periodically to see where, you know, at least where the cities are in my district, and it goes by so quick. So thank you very much for pushing this and getting this up to speed. And I know the businesses and our residents appreciate it also. So thank you. So great work.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, a couple things. I bought some money on this initially to help support it. I haven't used a nickel of it. I don't even know where or how or when to use it. I have no idea, and that's typical of me because I have gift cards for thousands of dollars, never use them. But I'm wondering it might be helpful if I had a reminder. I walked into a restaurant or a store and had a little sticker that says we support RAD or we are RAD compliant or I don't know, something fun.
And that, yes.
Would be one idea. Secondly, though, the fee for the administrative fee of the $220,000. I know on the front end, when we first introduced this, there was a lot of work that was required for them to get this up and running and include and build the website capacity. I think that might be a bit more negotiable now. Perhaps 5% would be more adequate than the 11% that we paid up front for them to initiate and create the platform for this to be utilized. $220,000 is a lot of money. I could see us giving an extra $100,000 or something for that continued services, but they're not building and designing and creating as much as they did on the front, on the very beginning.
So that 11% is not all what goes to Domo. So even the first iteration of this, the 11% also included the fees for the credit card. And I know, Josh, you're on the line. You have a breakdown of exactly what that 11% was for.
Yeah, I am. Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So 3% of that goes toward credit card processing. The rest of it goes toward customer service and app maintenance and management. The last time you guys did a round of funding, you asked for special upgrades to the app, and those costs associated with those improvements were above and beyond the 11.7% that we charged the last go around. So I think it was, I want to say it was like $20,000 in additional enhancements that had been requested. One was to allow for the $200 match, which the app wasn't originally designed for. And the second was to allow for the map feature that hadn't been initially put into the design. So there were some additional costs incurred associated with those two things. But the app itself has been functional since before San Joaquin County participated in the program the first go around. The 11% was always intended to cover the actual cost of continuing to manage the app and to maintain the credit card processing fees and the disbursement fees, which are actually separate from the credit card processing fees. It costs us 57 cents per business to disperse their funds to them each time that they're dispersed. And so we have that in addition to the $8,000 in the accounts payable system that we use. That's an annual cost. Our contracted services for app maintenance and bug fixes is $12,600 a month. So there's a lot of cost. We have 2 full-time customer service representatives that we've hired to handle the caseload as it's growing. So there's a lot of costs that we actually incur that are just ongoing costs that don't necessarily have to do with the app improvements. Those were done and paid for separately from the admin fee the last time that this was approved by the county.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate a bit more of a breakdown and understanding. It's not just a flat fee; it's actually allocated to multiple sources to continue the services. Correct?
Yes.
Correct. Yes. A lot of it goes directly to covering the direct costs that the businesses, the benefits of businesses, the cost of dispersing the funds to them, the cost of things that they request with the app, be adjusted to fulfill for them. And then most importantly, the cost of processing that credit card fee, which is the big expense out the gate, about 3% that we incur as soon as somebody loads funds onto their phone.
Okay, thank you. That satisfies my inquiry.
Any other questions? Just a quick question. When you talk about the entire county, I'm assuming that any business within the county can service any customer that lives in the county. For example, somebody who lives in Linden,
Correct.
Stockton, or somebody who lives in Stockton, go to Ripon, et cetera, correct?
That is correct.
So there's no limitation as to city limits?
That is correct.
Okay, good, thank you.
And so what that would eliminate in the previous round, what we found was cities were, they'd run out of funds and they'd get a message saying there's no more funds. And then DOMA would redirect them to San Joaquin County, or we'd have to transfer money, but there was always a delay and people would forget, and by the time they got around to it, there was no more money. So it would prevent someone from actually utilizing or getting that matched fund immediately.
And that would probably incur an additional cost, transfer cost?
No, so there would be no additional costs. We would just, so when I did talk to Josh about this, would there be an additional cost to turn off the cities by location? And he said there would not. We would just put forward the San Joaquin County option.
So it would be just one platform as opposed to having...
Correct.
Okay.
But Josh, correct me if I am incorrect. You are still able to, at the end, we are still able to come back and give a breakdown of the, what was utilized in what areas. Is that correct, Josh? I don't think he's there. I don't know what happened to
Josh,
him.
it appears that you may be muted.
My bad. I undid the video and not the mute. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear myself, so I think you can hear me. Good. So that's correct. Yeah, we can. When the funds are dispersed, they're going to be dispersed to businesses within the different cities. So we can break down generally how the funds are being used within the cities throughout the county, but more importantly, I think, like what types of businesses are receiving the funds and by how much. So like business by, I think there was a breakdown of the different business classifications. We continue to do that. What I think we had discussed is that as Patty had mentioned, there was quite a bit of like, well, funds aren't doing so well here, so let's do funds over there. Or this particular like jurisdiction is out, and then people would try to buy funds, but it would be too late. And so the idea is just kind of keeping everything for the consumer just more straightforward and simple for them.
So Josh, just a quick question. So as these purchases are made, will you be able to provide, say, for example, an annual report which would indicate how much money was spent on each business within each location? And then secondly, would you be able to tell what customers or where customers lived who frequented those businesses? So, for example, if you had, let's say, 25 Ripon residents who went to a business in Stockton, could you extract that from your numbers to show maybe the diversity or maybe the transfer of purchases within the county itself?
Yeah, we continue to enhance the admin page for the side card that provides the valuable information we're able to convey to the county. I'm trying to think how that would work. We do, when people sign up, we do ask for information, and they have to put into their, as they're, submitting their credit card information, we have zip code information that may be available to help us know where people are coming from. But most of the information for the card is really designed to focus on the businesses themselves and not the customers so much. And so we can certainly provide robust data on the customer, the businesses. And I have to look into it with my tech team as to how much data we could provide from the customers end. But, we could do that. We could look into that.
Well, the reason I asked the question is if I owned a business in Ripon, I'd be interested to see how many customers I had that lived outside the city limits. In other words, if a whole bunch of people came from Linden or Thornton or whatever, I'd be interested. And I guess from a marketing standpoint, it certainly would provide an incentive for businesses knowing that there's going to be customers outside their city limits that will be frequenting their premises to purchase goods. Again, I'm just asking the question. I understand there's always, from that standpoint, there's always a technological challenge, but just curious, I think that would be beneficial for the businesses to have that information.
Yeah, absolutely. Anecdotally, I can tell you that when there is a matching amount of funds made available, there is a ton of interest in spending from the region. And we've had lots of businesses tell us that this platform hasn't just increased their sales, but has also increased their market reach. And they're having new customers that they've never met before come in with this product initially, but then as a result of this product, become loyal customers and continue to patronize that business or those businesses.
Well, it's great to know. We need to use that in our marketing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what we would do. So with your blessing, I would come to the next board meeting with a consent item asking that we authorize or you authorize the recommendations. The funds that we would be asking for would be additional funds. We already had some money allocated to our department for the Small Business Assistance Grant. We are finding that we're not utilizing all of that fund. So we would ask that we reallocate some of that money into to this funding or to this program in order to support it. So it wouldn't be asking for an additional ask. It would just be moving some of the funding from our already allocated $20 million that we got for round 4, or Small Business Assistance Grant.
Okay, great. Any questions? Any comments from the public, clerk of the board?
I do not have any written comments, and it does not appear that anybody in the public is here to speak on it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you'll be returning for a consent item for the board to vote on.
Great.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, now we'll move to consent items. Any board member wishing to pull any items? Where's Patty?
Chairman, I'll pull item number 29. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Miller? None? Vice Chair Rickman? And Supervisor Laputa?
Done. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pull item number 18. That is the appointment of our Veterans Officer. I understand that she may be available, at least the information I had from Mr. Diedrich. Thanks. Oh, here he comes.
Yeah, she was here.
Mr. Diedrich, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. I'd like to introduce Susan Faraday, our proposed new County Veteran Service Officer, and maybe make a couple comments about her history with the armed forces and what she's done with the VA Palo Alto and other things aligned with veterans throughout her post-military career. But I would also say she's very actively engaged in our local veterans community, knows a lot of our players. I knew her probably initially when we did some legwork to establish the Veterans Advisory Commission a few years ago, and she was instrumental with that. And I think she is well positioned to champion, what we do for our veterans in our county. And I'm just pleased that she's so well integrated within that community itself.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, and I really appreciate those kind words, Director Diedrich. Good morning, Chairman Nguyen and Board of Supervisors. First of all, I want to thank you for reviewing my appointment for this most amazing position to serve our veterans of San Joaquin County. Just a little background. I know I met with most of you in November, but I served in the United States Armies for about 12 years. And ironically, I also worked pandemics in the military, so a lot of our earlier discussion is near and dear to my heart. I went on to work for the Department of Veterans Affairs for 15 years, so I still maintain a lot of those contacts, which should help us as we get the new CBOC and other brand new developments up and running in our county. And then I was the director of the SSVF program here in the county, and I think that's where I first met Supervisor Miller. And I saw great things happening with our homeless community in San Joaquin County. So I think the other message I just wanted to talk about is as we meet here today, we know Russia has invaded the free nation of Ukraine. Europe is in turmoil, and innocent men, women, and children are being slaughtered. Many years ago, when I was saying goodbye to my fiance, I saw a poster, right? And it said, "Freedom isn't free." And that's what really drew me into the military, and I believe that to this day. It really changed my life. And again, that saying can be more present today as the Ukrainian people are fighting for their freedom. In San Joaquin County, we aren't hearing air raid sirens, and our children sleep peacefully at night. Thanks to the bravery of our men and women in uniform standing watch around the world, we were able to have this meeting in these chambers here today. Freedom isn't free. To that end, I pledge to humbly serve our active duty military members, their precious families, all of the veterans of San Joaquin County, and especially our San Joaquin County Gold Star families who feel the pain every day because their loved one paid the ultimate price for our freedom. Freedom isn't free, and I really appreciate you considering me. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Laputa, you have any comments?
No comment. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say welcome and thank you for your service and great speech, and it's right on, and I look forward to working with you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome on board. I know the veterans will turn to you and that leadership and your relationships and your care for our veterans and your dedication to this great country and the military, the men and women that serve on behalf of our freedom that we are eternally grateful for. Appreciate that. I see you brought an assistant with you. Can you tell us about your assistant?
I sure can. So this is Annabelle, and she's actually the first service dog permitted to work alongside a physically disabled person in San Joaquin County. She is now 10 years old, and she's something called, she's a FizDiz dog, so I have some hearing loss from a concussion grenade. So what you'll see is she tries to position herself towards the door. She's having a little trouble when there's multiple doors, but if someone comes in or behind me, she'll tap or cry. And then the other thing she does is she's trained to receive and pick things up, and she's 11 now, but earlier I can tap, so if I drop something, she can pick it up. And it's embarrassing for a disabled person to drop a business card that you hand me, right, or something like that to stop the conversation. So she's been such a blessing. And right now, Congress passed a new law called PAWS, and they're looking at officially funding service dogs for veterans with PTSD. So we might see more in our county, but she's definitely the first one for a person with physical disability.
Fantastic. And lastly, I'll mention I had a conversation recently with Director Diedrich and talking about, and a couple of the veterans have reached out to me and maybe have reached other board members and talked about with our new Veterans Medical Center that's going in, maybe positioning and having staff there, since there's veterans going there, it'd be, they thought,
the veterans. Not my opinion. We're here to help and facilitate whatever they might want. So just keep that in mind. It's a conversation I recently had with Director Dietrich. That may be a way for us to enhance the outreach and the involvement that you and your staff would have.
We are really excited for that opportunity. We hope that does come true, because one of the parts with this position is we receive funding back for work units, and that we receive that funding from the state. So if we were able to co-locate on a campus like you're saying, Supervisor Patty, our workload units would skyrocket, would really be able to serve a lot more veterans and their families in the county, and we get more dollars back to the county. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed for that as well.
I love how you embrace that and look at it as it's, oftentimes I'm scorned by some board members that's what more we can do, but that's a great example of what more we can do. So that's fantastic. Thank you.
Great.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Susan. It was really nice to see you again today, and I look forward to continuing to work with you in a new capacity. But your heart has always really been here in service, and so I know you will be very successful in this new role. And I am welcome to San Joaquin County. I really look forward to continuing to work together.
Thank you,
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say congratulations and welcome to the county. I know you're going to do a wonderful job.
Great.
Thank you.
I've heard a lot of good things about you in regards to your previous service and certainly your commitment to our veterans. They are really our most honored, unfortunately at times our most needy or deserving. So I expect, based upon your past, that they will be well served by you and by the county. So again, congratulations and thank you for not just what you've done, but certainly what you're about to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, item number 29, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just very briefly, I would just like to ask the CAO that I think the El Concilio is doing a fantastic job from my understanding, and there's a little bit of a breakdown on the inside of our file here for review, but perhaps in the near future we can get a full report and a breakdown on people served, average dollars, just how this, a bit more of a metrics on how things are being accomplished through the El Concilio.
Oh, we could certainly do that if you.
Okay, great if you are. Thank you. I didn't want to put anybody on the spot. I just love to get oftentimes I believe it's great that in a public forum like this, we have an opportunity to showcase some of the fantastic work that organizations are doing, oftentimes not well known, but definitely should be exemplified. So if you do have that information, that'd be wonderful.
Through the chair, Chair Patty, yes, of course, we have that information. We can get that to you if you'd like it today or later on this week or anytime. We have that data readily available.
Okay, I'd like to do it if you had anything now to share. If you don't, again, it's put on the spot.
But I can send that to you.
Okay, well, not send it to me. I'd like us at some point to get a public report.
Oh, okay.
So that we're sharing and exemplifying the excellent work and what that outreach and the positive impact it's having for those that you guys are helping.
Okay, we can report that at the next board meeting.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
That was easy.
Yep, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion and a second for consent.
Move to approve consent.
Second.
And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you all. All right, moving on to the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Close or temporarily suspend the board meeting and open the Flood Control Conservation District consent items. Any discussion from the board?
Move to approve consent.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Please vote.
And Supervisor Rickman is absent. I'll need to do a roll call vote. Or we can wait for him to return. You just stepped out as Supervisor Miller was making the motion.
Okay, well, let's give him about
There we go.
There you go.
1 minute. That's plenty of time. Okay, so we have vote. and it's adopted 5-0. And adjourning the Flood Control and Water Conservation District and reopening the board meeting for discussion items. Item number 1, dealing with revised review procedures for conducting investigations.
Chairman, quick question, just point of order. Was there any public comments in the last agenda item?
Those were read during the public comments. There was one submitted by Mr. Mendoza, I believe, and that was read.
Read early? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I brought this item for the board for discussion and direction in regards to personnel investigations. And the reason is that it has been commented by several board members in regards to the time it takes to conduct a personnel investigation. And this particular item deals solely with timeframes in regards to the process by which we can expedite some of these investigations, certainly for the benefit of the employee, the public, and the county. So having said that, I'm asking for the board to approve a research or review by the CEO's office, the county council, and human resources director to make sure that whatever system we have in place is the most expeditious in regards to getting these investigations finalized, and then certainly for decisions to be made. So having said that, human services or human resource director, Ms. Hopkins, do you have any comments or questions in regards to the direction of this particular board item?
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. As it's written, I do not have any specific questions. Human Resources remains committed to serving the public and is here to take your direction today on this item.
Okay, thank you. And I'll ask County Council, because I know you'll be heavily involved.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I was surprised to find that we didn't actually have these sort of protocols firmly set into place. And so I appreciate the chair bringing this forward. I think that we definitely should have the procedures very well set out so that both complainants and defendants understand what the process is going to be. So I think we should have informational materials already printed up that provides information to both parties on the process, a projected timeline, and also any protocols to protect, during the investigation, to protect both parties, especially as it pertains to any potential retaliation. I think there's always a big question what exactly constitutes retaliation, and I think that's important information for both parties to get. And I also think that part of our procedures should include regularly scheduled reports from the assigned HR staff member on the status of the investigation, just so that everybody knows where it is and where it's going. I do think part of our procedure, though, should include, and I would leave it up to you and your staff and consultation with county council, I do think there should be some goals in terms of timeliness for conducting these investigations. I realize we've had a lot of problems with outside investigators, but I think we need to work through that so that we can be provided with timely investigations. I also understand that our employee assistance program benefits, they're designed to be very short-term in nature. And so if the investigations are protracted for any reason, it places a huge burden on any employee trying to access those. So I think our process should include something to the effect that those benefits, once they are granted, they will automatically be in effect until the conclusion of the matter. I don't think we should place the burden on either party on having to navigate through a situation. I think if there are reasons why the investigation takes longer, then those benefits should probably extend as well. I also think that when any of these complaints are, for lack of a better term, I'm going to say adjudicated, whether they come forward to a board, an employment board, whether they come forward to the Board of Supervisors in a closed session, or whether they come forward to the board in a public session. I think the process for allowing both parties to address whoever is going to be making the decision, I think that should be set forward. There should be a specific amount of time that each individual has to either answer questions, provide additional information. I mean, as somebody that has to make these decisions, it's often very difficult when you don't have a face. And investigations, to be perfectly honest, are often very, very dry, and it's hard to sometimes really get a sense of what has happened. So I think it shouldn't be a matter of being invited. It should be part of the process that when you get to that point, each individual has an equal amount of time to address whoever's making the decision. So that's my input, but the main thing is I do think it's really important that we have a very clear process for this, and these kind of investigations, in my opinion, they should not drag on for, up to a year. I think it's not in anyone's best interest, and I think it increases the liability to the county in terms of how we handle these things. That's my input. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Any public comments, clerk of the board?
There are no written public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. All right, so.
Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Only thing I have on this is I understand this could be relevant to board member complaints upon other board members, in which we have seen here last year and probably this year, and it seems to me that it's political, that this code of ethics that we're seeing past allegations of other board members using for political use, which shouldn't be done. But I know what other cities have done, and you look at the rules of procedure, and is that whoever's bringing a case or bringing a complaint, and again, this just applies to members of the board against other board members. If the person who's bringing the case and it doesn't prevail or it doesn't go anywhere, then that person should be subject to like attorney fees. But meaning the time that our staff or investigators or whatever it may be, the cost of that would be borne on the person who's bringing the investigation, or we change the dynamics that it needs to have unanimous board approval to go forward. That's just my recommendation. And again, this isn't something new. Other cities use it in order to guard against political use of the ethics law to hurt other board members for political purposes.
Well, I understand that this board letter is very narrow in regards to timeliness period, because I think that the big concern has been how much time it's taken to complete these investigations to reach a final result. What you're raising is a whole different story in regards to the process by which complaints are made, et cetera. So if we want to talk about that, we can have a separate discussion, because I'm sure there's probably a lot of ideas here on the board in regards to those particular issues. So,
and Chair, can I make a point of clarification?
Sure.
Is that I know Supervisor Miller kind of went beyond the scope, didn't it? I mean, can I get clarification from council whether this is that specific to just time, or is this going to, can we add that in there?
Through the chair, I believe that the board letter was specific to addressing the time limits or the impact of timing on getting these reports done. As far as giving direction to staff, if you'd like us to look at this, if there's a consensus from the board that you'd like us to look at this as well, then we'll look at this element also.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councilor.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. To Supervisor Rickman's point, under recommendation says, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors review the procedures for conducting personal investigations and recommend revisions as may be necessary. That doesn't say anything about the timeliness of it. Then it says, under reasons for recommendation, recently several members of the Board of Supervisors has expressed their concerns regarding the timeliness of personal investigations. Unfortunately, investigations drag on for months for a variety of reasons, including a lack of available investigators retained by outside firms. It then says, if approved, I request County Administrative Officer, County Counsel, and Human Resources Director research possible alternatives to the current processes, plural. This will include all personnel investigations to ensure a timely resolution for county administration, the public, and their employee. Once the research is complete, once the research is completed, so under recommendations, recommended the Board of Supervisors review the procedures for conducting personal investigations and recommend revisions as may be necessary. So once the research is completed, they would return to the board with their recommendations and seek approval. So I think Supervisor Rickman's accurate that if we're going to look at this, it shouldn't be just a matter of time. We should be looking at the procedures and what is most efficient and effective to the cause, as well as what's the most responsible and respectful thing to do in consideration for the public tax dollars that are being used in, as some may consider, as a political weapon. So I think, Chairman, you've presented this quite well when it says it's recommended that the Board of Supervisors review the procedures for conducting personal investigations and recommended revisions as may be necessary. So through the chair, County Council, that seems like Supervisor Rickman's suggestion, and a review of what our process and procedures, as we're always looking to improve, might be adequately included in anything that we're going to be bringing back to the board for consideration. Am I misinterpreting the English language here?
I don't believe you're misinterpreting it. As I said, if the direction from the board is to include Supervisor Rickman's recommendations, we will certainly include that. Okay. Well, I think case in point, I think we're fine with that. Thank you. I don't believe it's a narrow scope at all. Thank you very much, Chairman.
CEO Wilverding.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address Supervisor Miller's comment, if I thought I heard it correctly, and put a context on personnel investigations. As I understand it, include the excuse me, ethics complaints related to board, and then Rule 20 complaints for whomever in our employee base. So they're separate but similar items. And in the Rule 20 process, we do have time frames and structures and whatever that are associated. Matter of fact, they're very well documented. The issue has been they're also excessively aggressive. And we had our external labor attorney take a look at our processes last year. This is around about the time I started as CAO. And I have her report here that I've gone through several times. And it sounds like our time frames are very, very aggressive. And so what happens is we've got these aggressive timelines and we're missing them by a country mile. So what we're already started looking to do is come up with reasonable time frame. For example, I could read right here I'm acquainted with this anyway. It's on the intake side. It said once investigated duty established, then complaint is assigned to either internal or external investigator. Per Rule 20, HREEO, 60 days to complete the investigation. I don't think I've ever seen one done in 60 days, and we're lucky if they're done in 6 months because of some of the issues that we're talking and brought about the board letter today. In some instances, as I understand it from our county council, we're on a 3-month waiting list before we can even engage an outside attorney to commence this, so we're past the 60 days already. So I think the goal, as I understand it, with time frame is that we come up with reasonable time frames and expectations that we can meet and then hold ourselves to that. And we have a variety of, I'll say, challenges that are, we didn't fall down to this because people aren't trying to do their best. It's because of situations that we have to deal with when these things arise. And so it's a matter of figuring out how best to cope with that. So I just wanted to point that out there. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I actually did not interpret this item as pertaining to ethics violations because it said personnel, and technically as elected officials, we're not personnel. And so in my mind, my comments were really directed toward Rule 20 complaints. In terms of the ethics complaints, I think we do have a process. It's pretty much governed by county council, and I would like to see if between county council and HR and the CAO, if maybe we can come up with some sort of a solution that would help us get these outside investigations in a more timely manner. I don't know if it's possible, but it seems like having an HR law firm on on call, so to speak. I mean, we have our jock contracts where we put out the RFP, we get folks in, and then the expectation is we'll get quick service. I don't know if that's possible, but it seems like if we could move that seems to be the sticking point in terms of the timeline for most of these.
And we do have a select number of dedicated firms that we go to routinely, and those are the ones that we're experiencing the problems with. And as we branch out, we're finding that those problems exist wherever we look. So we've already, as I said, if it were an easy solve, we would have done it already, but we already do have those firms you're talking about.
Okay, well, I think that would be helpful anyways. But in my mind, I saw this as two separate processes. My comments were really directed toward Rule 20 complaints where we're talking about employees. The ethics charges, we've revised that process a couple of different times, I believe, to refine it, and it still is my understanding it resides with county council to oversee that process.
As is specified in the Code of Ethics.
Correct.
And that may be my mistake. I misheard board members, and it wasn't specific in the letter. My apologies.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. As we do discuss this, what, as Supervisor Miller points out, some of the Rule 20 and Supervisor Rickman had brought up, we're seeing, I believe, in some instances, some frivolous and baseless accusations that are going to cost. I remember when I was on the EEOAC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, on behalf of the county, it costs $100,000 plus to investigate, and they're about 70 to 100,000, if memory serves me correctly, to go through some of these investigations, and sometimes they're completely warranted and fully justifiable, but also there are some that are absolutely baseless and without foundation. And I'm wondering if, and I wouldn't want to deter anybody from pursuing that which is justifiable, but I would like to see some sort of, I'd like to see the county explore what perhaps other counties or what the legalities may be, that there are consequences if you are blatantly and falsely accusing somebody. For instance, if somebody says, I was physically assaulted by so-and-so, and then we can prove that that person was actually out of state 2,000 miles away on vacation, and a completely baseless claim was made against them. That's just an example where you're 2,000 miles away. There's no way somebody was physically accosted or assaulted or insulted by that person because they're not even there. They're 2,000 miles away. So using that type of example and somewhere in between, we do know that there can be abuse. There's that, what is it they call the golden, not the golden parachute. There's some sort of trigger that people are using to pick up an extra $100,000 or $200,000 as they leave a department or leave the county because they're going to make a claim, and it's cheaper just to settle it than to fight it. So when it comes to, I'd like to know if there's any mechanism that we could include that other municipalities or counties are including to deter some of the blatantly false accusations that have without any merit at all. So that's, as we're doing research and looking at the procedures and the process and the procedure and conducting personal investigations and recommended revisions as that may be necessary, I'd like to see something like that explored and brought back to the board for consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to address Supervisor Patty's comments because I was also participating in the EEOAC when he was a member, and had, as auditor controller, some looks into the process because I shared concerns that we had a lot of intake of complaints that were resulting in very, very few sustainments, I guess is what you'd call it, substantiations. And so I'd asked Ms. Hopkins to get me some sort of information, statistical information on what we have currently. And I'd like to just briefly share it. I have a few, and it'll give you a synopsis. Right now, that situation has changed somewhat dramatically. And for the last 3, and are these calendar years, I believe, or fiscal years?
CAO, they should be calendar years.
Okay, thank you. I thought so because of the way you had them laid out. I just wanted to be clear. So from 21, 20, and 19, so I'm going back the last 3 years, the number of formal complaints filed, we've had 18, 12, and 18. So that's significantly different from what I had seen maybe 7 or 8 years ago. The number of complaints against county executives, not surprisingly, is 6, 9, and 9. So almost half, which one might expect if you're concerned about something going on with your boss. The number of complaints with substantiated findings against county executives is 1, 1, and 2. So you see a very small number of substantiated claims. However, number of complaints with substantiated findings in total is actually 4, 0, and 7. So you can see as you get further away from the the executives, it goes up. So approximately half of the formal claims that are made have some sort of substantiation. That's somewhat different, significantly different than what I'd seen several years ago. So I think our EEO office is doing a pretty stringent job on the front end based on what I've seen. I'm not saying that there's not room for improvement, but what I am saying is I'm happy to report I think we're in a lot better shape than we were several years ago.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate the comments. I do, as I wrote this, my intent in the opening is simply to discuss, because we've had two Rule 20 investigations. The last one I saw, the interviews were complete in July of last year, and so it's been a long time in coming, and obviously that's a concern for everybody involved, especially the complainant, and then of course the employee who is allegedly the violator. So I guess I would ask County Council. So as the question raises, is a Rule 20 investigation has certain guidelines, regulations, rules that the county imposes, as opposed to the ethics investigation, which is included in the ethics ordinance. Are those two separate types of investigations, or because they do have different, I guess, criteria, and certainly the organization by which they are created to investigate these types of allegations?
Through the chair, they're certainly separate processes, and they're certainly separate criteria that forms the basis of the investigation. With the Rule 20, we call it Rule 20, but really what it is, it's discrimination complaints. And so that picks up all of the retaliation, discrimination complaints that may occur within the county. The ethics investigations really just fall within perceived violations of the adopted board's code of ethics. So they are two separate processes because the Rule 20 has a developed case law that supports it and the types of things that have to be considered and the rules that should be incorporated within your process, which is part of the review that we had Ms. Bennett perform for HR last year. And then the ethics code has a separate process, which again, Ms. Bennett contributed largely to developing that process as well.
Okay, and she was involved in both of those, but I'm sure the question wasn't asked, are they two separate processes?
Yes, they are two separate processes.
Okay. So as Supervisor Patty and Vice Chair Rickman indicate some of their concerns, certainly with the ethics process, that wouldn't necessarily, carry over to the Rule 20 process, which is more statutory in regards to discrimination, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So again, my first hope in addressing this is simply from the standpoint of expediting the Rule 20, which we've had to look at, and regards to the timeliness issue, which has been raised by obviously some supervisors. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that there's two different processes, but you look at the agendized item, and it doesn't specifically state Rule 20. It's personnel investigation. Sure. And if you look at personnel, the definition of personnel, would that encompass the Board of Supervisors in a sense? For example, military, personnel encompasses military, right? Personnel. So why wouldn't it apply to this agendized item to what I'm asking for?
As I said, if we have direction from the board to look into this, then we will certainly take that direction and we'll move forward with it.
All right, and that's the only thing. Hey, I'm fine with agendized item, but instead of bringing back a separate item, this is not specific to Rule 20. It says personnel investigation. Personnel is a broad definition of what personnel means. So if it's just board direction, I mean, I don't know, do you need two members for?
No, I've taken notes on the comments from each of the board members, and we will include all of that in the analysis that we do.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
I have no problem with that. I would only offer one suggestion, and County Council, you can weigh in, is that I would suspect that there may be things that we can include in our ethics process that we couldn't include in the Rule 20.
Yes, there certainly are.
Yeah, because statutorily there's things we can't mess with, whereas with the ordinance it's pretty much the discretion of the board. So we would have to distinguish between, if we're going to talk about apples and oranges, we have to distinguish between the two in regards to especially some of the suggestions you've made as far as the complainant and the potential consequences.
And Chair Wynn, may I add a point of clarification? Sure. So for the topic before us today, initially, as I understood it, to look at investigatory resources, to work with our outside firms on timeframes, those are things that we can do and report back probably pretty quickly to the board. You heard CA Wilverding talk about the work that we're doing with Ms. Bennett to really look at the process for Rule 20 and broadly our equal rights complaints and our equal rights policies. Those are considered terms and conditions of employment. So that's going to take a slightly longer process because that will also require us to meet and confer with our labor organizations and go to the civil service. So this board will hear back from HR probably in pieces and in stages in order for us to improve the process completely. And I just wanted to be transparent about that. Thank you.
No, that's fine. I understand that, the complexity of what's been asked for just compounds, the research. But on the other side of it, and the intent of the board letter, next time I'll be more articulate, but the intent of the board letter is simply to expedite some of these investigations and I think, I know you're perfectly aware of that, and I'm sure the CEO is also. So is that satisfactory for the board? We can move forward? All right, thank you. All right, so the next item is review and consider guidelines for requesting proclamations, commendations, and certificates of recognition adopted as amended February 1st. And I would ask Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to, the last meeting we had this discussion. I had somewhat of a family medical emergency, and I didn't get to hear all the facts, and I didn't get to vote. Basically, I didn't get to hear everything, and I was wondering if we could revisit this item, and maybe open it back up, and maybe have another vote on it, if possible.
Well, my understanding is that there has to first be a vote to rehear it.
That is correct.
And so is that what you're requesting, a vote to rehear the?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you making a motion?
I am making a motion if we could revisit this item, open it back up, and put it back on the agenda, and we can vote on it again.
Okay.
I would second that.
All right. Please vote. Adopted 5-0. Okay.
Well, from my understanding, I believe everybody has it. As you said before, Chairman, every supervisor has a right to put something on the agenda, and I don't believe the chairman does have the right to veto it or not. So, and I understand there was some issues in timing with the last chairman, and I'm not taking sides on any of that. I just want to make sure that everybody has the right opportunity. If they want to present something, they have the right, and everybody has it. Everybody has, as supervisors, we all have our own thoughts and make it right. That's all I'm saying. Does anybody else want to comment on that? That's fine.
But before we ask that, are you suggesting, because in that particular meeting we did have from the clerk of the board a list of guidelines. Madam Clerk, and it is attached, so are we, I assume, and I'll defer to Supervisor Laputa, are we revisiting the guidelines that you've initially presented? Is that what you were asking for, Miguel?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Any other comments about that? Please, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, I'm sorry, Supervisor Villaputo, you just said something about there was a problem with me or the
No,
prior.
I said I'm not taking sides. I didn't understand what happened last time. I don't know when you're the chairman, and I don't know the story. All I'm saying is if somebody wanted to present something, I'm saying the chairman should be wide open to it. I understand there was some issues as far as timing, and I'm not taking sides is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'll review, and I'm glad you asked that. I was just wanted to kind of clarify something. So when I was chairperson last year, being first-time chair and be the only time being chairman of the board, I had gone to the clerk of the board. I was sent some email requests, and I asked the clerk of the board, what's the protocol on this? And Madam Clerk, would you refresh my memory of, as I remember, what you told me, how we normally conduct? I don't know, we could take a straw poll here. I'm not sure how many other supervisors have requested to add things to the agenda for proclamation. What's the normal protocol based on the history of the county and your position as an assistant and as clerk of the board? Because I know you advised me accordingly.
I'm sorry, you're asking for what is the procedure with which proclamations typically come to the board?
Thank you.
So there's a couple of different ways that they can come to the board. So typically it's an outside organization requests a proclamation, either through the clerk of the board or through an individual board member that they may be working with. And so a board member may forward a request to the clerk's office for a proclamation. And then that goes to the chairman for approval.
Understood. So normally the organizations, you're saying, put in the request.
Yes.
Right. Now, I reassert that I believe the chairman has the discretion to conduct the meeting as they want, and we want to change that. That's fine. These are changes that may happen, and I have no problem to it. You offered, there's an alternate though. You had offered, there was a request put to me to some of them were late. They were too late. There was a sunset where it was too late to get to the agenda. And of course it's, as if I've done something wrong and falsely accused, but that's just a typical action of certain behavior of certain people. But you had offered, it says on a letter that you'd written prior to today, that on July 29th, we received a request to proclaim October 12th as Indigenous Peoples Day, Coming Out Day, and LGBTQIA+ History Month, and November 16th as Transgender Day of Remembrance. On September 28th, the requests went without further, they were denied without further explanation. I did not include them in my agenda, and we had other things that we had scheduled for proclamation, and we could be out there for 20, 30, 40, 50, hour and a half doing proclamations and recognizing. But on October 5th, on October 1st, Supervisor Miller was advised that their office could bring those items to the board as a discussion, because as we know, no supervisor has more authority over another. So Supervisor Miller could bring that to the items to the board as a discussion item pursuant to board rule number 14. Now, a discussion item allows us to welcome members from whatever organization or whatever platform that is to be discussed and presented. It gives them an even greater opportunity to share and discuss. Now, did you get a response from Supervisor Miller after you advised her office that she had the opportunity on October 1st, that you advised their office they could bring them to the board as discussion? Did Supervisor Miller respond or put anything on the agenda that was denied by the chairman?
No.
Now, I wonder why then Supervisor Miller would request me, I'm chairman, that's just sitting there, it's figurative, but Supervisor Miller's got all the opportunity in the world to add this to the agenda, and she had all the opportunity in the world when she was chairperson to add to the agenda as a discussion item or when she was chair as a proclamation. But it's only when I'm a chairman does Supervisor Miller go out of her way to want to recognize Transgender Day of Remembrance or Coming Out Day and LGBTQIA plus History Month? I'm just really perplexed and confused why Supervisor Miller, perhaps when she was chairperson, she was denied as well, and when this need to be rectified now. And I'm just a little bit lost here why this is an issue. And Supervisor Miller, or I'm sorry, Supervisor Villapudua just said there was a problem when I was the chairman. Not taking sides as he clarified, but it's only a problem when I was a chairman. I really wonder what the malicious intent is when we already have people that might feel marginalized, but now we've taken it to a point as if I personally, when chairperson, denied somebody when Supervisor Miller had all the opportunity in the world when notified on October 1st that their office could bring those items to the board as a discussion pursuant to board rule number 14. So, since no supervisor has any more authority over another, and no supervisor is denied agendizing something, where's the problem here? Where's the problem that I created, as Supervisor Villapudua just stated, that there was a problem when I was chairperson? When there's a process and procedure that could follow, and there's an alternate option that any supervisor could put something on the agenda and welcome whomever they want into this chamber and have a wonderful discussion and welcome them on that day. So I'm a little bit perplexed, but wherever we want to go as a board on this, I'm fine with. I believe in that, the position of the chair to conduct and recognize, and there's things that we've done that traditionally, none of those organizations appear to have put in the request. So I don't know that they even had needed it. They didn't contact my office about it. So I'm kind of a little bit perplexed by this whole thing, but looking forward to the conversation here. Thank you, Chair.
So through the chair, if I may, Supervisor Petty, I'm not sure if you were addressing me with those comments or Supervisor Villapudua, because the recommendation to remove the chairman's authority with proclamations was provided to me as a recommendation by Chairman Nguyen when I was bringing this item forward.
Understood.
I really have no dog in this fight, so if you want the chairman to do it or the board to do it, we did have several new requests submitted by multiple offices that we have not had in the past. So it's nothing unusual to have new requests come forward, and I think the concerns with the timeliness of those particular proclamations, unfortunately, were because they were submitted in July and not acted on until September. And I think that was the only issue. I'm sorry that it's an attack on you, but again, if the board wants to do the chairman or the board, I think that organizations, whether it's a discussion item or under recognitions, do deserve their day to be recognized by the Board of Supervisors if it's something that the Board of Supervisors supports.
Sure, and I have no problem if we want to open this up and the chairman wants to share the platform of being chair. I have no problem putting forth a multitude of proclamations I'd like to add on things that I find very dear, very important for America's history, America's tradition, San Joaquin County, and having the honor to go down there, read the proclamation, and have recipients come in, take photographs, and I think we should schedule an extra hour or two of our board meetings to do so. I have no problem with it at all. I believe, and let me be very crystal clear, I believe in the equality of every single person in America that shares the freedom and the privileges we have to be in this great country. I don't believe in marginalizing anyone. I've got family members that are part of the LGBTQIA plus organizations. I've got a very dear friend of mine that committed suicide because of his own sexual identity and the struggles that he had back when I lived in Santa Monica. Blew his head off in my parking space, and I found him dead because he struggled with his own sexual identity. I don't believe in marginalizing anyone, and to even insinuate that from any office or from any other supervisor, or that I personally, when chairperson, went out of the way to not recognize anybody. I followed our typical protocol. Those agencies did not put it in request, And I chose to stay on course with what we had already traditionally recognized throughout our county's history, and or those that I knew were of importance that were already, again, scheduled. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Again, this isn't about Supervisor Patty. This is about how we develop guidelines for approving and requesting proclamations, commendations, and certificates of recognition. I did not choose, after I got the email from the clerk, to bring forward a multitude of discussion items, because frankly, what I was requesting was a proclamation that would have taken 5 minutes, as opposed to multiple discussion items, which would have eaten up probably 45 minutes of our board meeting. I didn't feel that was an appropriate use of the board's time. And Supervisor Patty, you can split hairs however you wish in terms of timelines and protocols and everything else, but at our last meeting, we had 2 proclamations awarded, or perhaps it was the meeting before that, for Black History Month was one of them, and Supervisor Wynn turned those around in 24 hours. I've been here almost 8 years now, I have never had a chair refuse any kind of request for proclamation that either an organization submitted directly to the clerk or submitted through a supervisor's office. Very often, we're the ones they call because their offices or perhaps their constituents are in our districts. Or maybe it's just because they know us, and that's why they submit their request to us. Or maybe it's because our staff knows them and is connected with their organizations. And that's why they submit them through certain offices. I've never had one denied before. And you can split it however you want, but last year the fact remains that you did have within your power to either fast track the late ones or approve the others. And instead of approving them, in the case of the multiple ones that we submitted very early because we acknowledged to the clerk we were late on the first one. And so we went way in advance. And your office held the requests for 2 months, so that by the time we received notice, we were less than 2 weeks away from the board meeting when the first several were requested. So again, I don't want to rehash this, and I think that's what Supervisor Villaputua was getting at. The bottom line is the language was amended, if it was at the request of Chair Wynn or if it was on the recommendation of the clerk, it doesn't matter. But what was proposed here by the clerk of the board was in alignment with our board's protocol that no one supervisor has any additional power over the others, and that any supervisor can bring forward something to the board. That's why the language was missing. I didn't make it an issue. The clerk didn't make it an issue. You made it an issue. You brought it up. You made it an issue, and you argued very strongly about why this power needed to be retained by the chair. And all Supervisor Villaputua, in my opinion, is doing by bringing this original item back, and what we have just voted on, 5-0, is essentially a do-over. Because at the time of the original vote, Supervisor Villaputua had no idea that a chair actually had vetoed proclamation requests, and in fact had made sure that none of my requests for the entire year made it to the board. So That is the reason why I believe Supervisor Villalpudua, in the interest of fairness, brought this back for a revote. I appreciate it, and my position is the same. And if you're, at the time you're looking for a motion, I would move the original item that came before us for approval on the guidelines. Maybe they'll end up getting tweaked again down the road. That's very often the case with how we do things here. But for now, I appreciate the clerk's efforts in bringing forward these guidelines. I think they're succinct. I think they're fair, and I would move approval.
I would second that motion.
Before we take a vote, Chairman, when we do have public comments on this item.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And hey, if somebody wants a proclamation, by all means, give folks a proclamation. But let's clear something. We keep talking about language, right? Supervisor Villalpudua, where do you get the word veto from?
The what word?
Veto. Where was that found?
I don't know if I used that word. Did I use that word?
Yeah, it's all over. Everybody's using it. Supervisor Miller's used it. You used it in your...
Okay. I don't know.
Well, the reason I'm asking, I've looked everywhere. I looked in our board rules. I looked in our minutes on February 1st. I looked in the item on February 1st. I looked in some of the items in the past, and the word veto comes up nowhere. For one, the veto refers to the power of a chief executive to block or complicate passage of a legislative bill by refusing to sign it into law, and that's from Cornell Law School. So this word veto can't be found, at least I haven't found it, in our policy or our board rules. So this was a rule, or this was a word that's been thrown around to implicate one individual having the authority to block a passage of a legislative action or bill, which this board, we haven't even done. We don't do that for the proclamation. So the word veto doesn't apply. I know Supervisor Miller had threw it around a lot. I'm hearing out there, you hear from folks coming up here and talking to the dais about the word veto, veto, veto. And, that, at least I'm looking back on the tapes and talking to folks, it originated from Supervisor Miller. And just to let everybody know, it's simply not true, meaning there's no rule in our policy that I could find. If I'm wrong, please let me know. But even if the chair refuses to perform an action, unlike what we said here, the chair doesn't have unilateral authority. You look at Robert's Rules of Orders. We love to talk about Robert's Rules when it's convenient, right, when it benefits individuals. But you talk about Robert's Rules of Orders. Anyone up here can appeal a ruling of the chair. The chair does not have final ruling. He can rule something, we can disagree with it, one of us can appeal it, and then it comes back to the board to make that decision. So the board chair has no more authority than what this membership, our colleagues, all five of us, give him or her. So with that being said, any member of this board under Rule 14, and again, I have the rules right in front of me, and I've done all the research that I could to try to find what's available. We talked about Rule 14. Any member of the board may direct that a specific item be placed on the board's agenda by submitting a written request to the county administrator. That's what I was told when I got here. And you can look at, we'll just leave it at that. So this misinformation that's been out there, and which has caused a lot of grief for individual members on this board, and this board as a body is unfortunate. And I think if members of this board are going to use rules or language, they might want to do some research first to find out if we actually have those rules or language. Again, proclamations. I think if a group wants to be recognized, I don't see what the problem is. bringing them forth to front and to talk and to let the public and our 800,000 residents know the diversity we have here in San Joaquin County, and of course diversity of our strength. But it needs to be in our rules so we know where to we know where to go to look for answers and not just keep being accused of. I mean, if you look at what was proposed, was the last meeting before it was pulled, a separate board item, and I believe it was put on by I don't know who put it forward, but it was pulled in the last second, and it required, I believe, a unanimous consent from the whole board in order for a proclamation to go forward. That is even more restrictive than what this one is. So instead of giving the chair a veto, now you give each member a veto. That doesn't make any sense. That makes it even worse to getting a proclamation forward. So that shouldn't, thank God that didn't come forward. So now we're here today. Whatever we decide as a board, it needs to be something that we can go back and look, that each member can find it, the public can go look and find out how to get a proclamation on up here and forward. But again, this misinformation campaign, whatever it may be, it just needs to stop. So with that being said, I'll yield my time, Chair. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may.
Sure.
Thanks. So exactly to your point, Supervisor Rickman, there seem to be two different processes for items coming forward. So the Rule 14 that changed several years ago allowed any board member to submit a request through the CAO's office to put an item on the agenda, and it no longer required the chairman's thumbs up, thumbs down. And so I think the request to remove what was not written as a rule but had been procedurally done by the clerk's office, which was the chairman gave the thumbs up or the thumbs down on a proclamation. By removing that, it did make it consistent with the written board rules. But again, proclamations are a little bit different. They're not voted on by the board at a board meeting, which would be a board member's opportunity to express whether or not they actually support the proclamation that's being made. I mean, worst case scenario, you could see, someone bring forward a proclamation that one board member is adamantly opposed to. And as you know, we prepare those proclamations before the board. Everybody has to sign them. So this would, and I know Supervisor or Chairman Nguyen had suggested a unanimous approval by the board, and that I think was to address that issue where a board member may object to a particular proclamation. There's a couple of different ways that the board could do it. You can have proclamations have to be approved by the board in advance of giving the proclamation. It would add a lot of time, but we could also, I think as Chairman Nguyen had suggested, was going to suggest is approve proclamations that we've already done in the past so that they don't have to go through any approval process, any additional approval process. And then any new requests that come in that we haven't done in the past may need to go through an approval process that the board could take action on. Currently, it's just been, it goes to the chair can decide whether it goes on or not, and then the alternative would be if it gets denied, they could bring it as a discussion item.
All right, thank you. And, I agree with you in the fact, I guess, Supervisor, at least that portion of it, is that if we should have a set that is just annual, that we do it every single year, and it would make your job a lot easier since you're the one that has to write it, so you know months ahead of what needs to be prepared and what the agendized item is, and it just makes it easier.
And that could be something that I could bring every January is a list of proclamations for board approval in advance of the year, and then that could just be something that automatically gets approved by similar to the board committee assignments. And then as throughout the year, if any new proclamation requests come in, the board can consider whether that gets added to the next year's list of proclamations that we will automatically do. But I say that with the caveat is we will automatically do it if it's requested by a member of the public or an organization. We're not going to just create a proclamation that no one's asking for.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Well, I have to thank the clerk of the board for clarification, but let me just give a little background because Rule 14, I'm the one that changed that back in 17 before you came on on the board, Vice Chair Rickman. And the reason I changed it is because I saw, prior to coming on the board, I saw a chair who denied the opportunity for his fellow board members to agendize a particular very important issue. I won't go into the details as to why, but eventually he was overturned, which I think has been mentioned by three of the supervisors, because at that time you could only overrule the chair by a majority vote. So in 17, when I was chair last time, I requested that the board change that to give each supervisor, which Supervisor Patty has mentioned several times, no more power than any others. And therefore, that's why we changed it, so that you currently or any other board member can agendize an item without coming to me and getting my blessing. So that gives you, I believe, the opportunity to represent your district by the voters who put you in that position. Excuse me. Secondly, in regards to this particular issue, it's really kind of, and you mentioned the veto thing. Yes, you're right. The word veto isn't there, but any time that an individual has total power to say yes or no to a particular issue, the simple fact that they say no is a veto. It may not fit exactly the definition, but it is a rejection of a request that has been made. And I think Supervisor Laputa, I think what he is indicating in his board letter is that a particular individual, especially the chair, should not have an authority to reject a request by a fellow supervisor on one that they believe represents their constituency. So from my vantage point, the simplest thing which the clerk of the board has talked about is that each member of this board has the opportunity to suggest for board consideration or for adoption a proclamation. That gives all of us, whether you're a chair or not, the equal opportunity to recognize those who, for no other reason, are representative of your district. So I see the issue here, and we could go on forever on this. I would, if we have any public comments, but I think that the simple solution, I shouldn't say that, the simple question is should the chair of the board, which I currently am, and I have, as opposed to maybe some others, I have no thirst for power to make decisions contrary to my fellow board members. And yes, I was the one who suggested that board letter, which your office determined, which correctly, it was a motion for reconsideration. And that's fine. I had no problem pulling it. But on the other side of it, I believe that we as a board have an opportunity to work collegially with each other. And unfortunately, at times that breaks down. And I think as far as representation for those groups that we feel strongly about, that certainly support us, I think we all should have that opportunity. And so as far as a question on this particular item, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor Laputa, what you're simply saying is that, as opposed to what's currently in place, is that the chair has the ability to accept or reject a proclamation from a fellow board member, that each board member would have that distinct privilege of doing it independently without that approval. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I believe that if I wanted to recognize someone in my district, I shouldn't have to ask each one of you. I have the right to do that as a supervisor, just like any one of you should in your district. I'm not going to go out of my way and recognize somebody in your district or Supervisor Patty's district, right. But that's all I'm saying. I don't think, if I want to recognize whatever organization in my district, I don't believe the chairman has the right to veto it, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's interesting, I'm the chair. Right. I don't want that power. I don't need it. And maybe some others do, and maybe, in the future, maybe that, obviously that'll happen. But I don't think, and I go back to my city council days, and Vice Chair Rickman, you were on city council, but I've always felt that a city council member or supervisor should be equal. The only thing a chair does is run the meeting, sign a lot of documents. But as far as that goes, and you'll experience that next year, But as far as that, I think we all should have an equal opportunity to represent our constituents. So, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I think there's a little bit of a mix-up here about the word veto. And thank you, Supervisor Rickman, for bringing it up. I think, as we just exemplified in Rule 14, that if I pass on it, it doesn't kill it. Any supervisor can add it to the agenda, so there is effectively no veto. But I do find it curious, Supervisor Villapudua, you seemed a little bit confused that you used the word veto. It says, after discussion, the board voted to reinsert the veto language in the guidelines on a 3-2 vote, which again, that wasn't anything that I remember discussing, anything about a veto. But I do know that Supervisor Miller, through social media, and she said that this is not about me when she made it about me and posted things out in social media to smear me, which again, that's her own malicious intent. So to sit here innocently, Supervisor Miller, to act like you're a victim and that I'm making it about me when you heightened it to a point where it's a political public attack on me based on your social media postings and erroneously claiming things against me. So that's, again, your slander, your natural or your innate behavior towards me. But I'm a little bit perplexed here because before the agenda came out, Supervisor Miller had stated and noted that it was put back on the agenda and referenced the same words again, referencing that I had vetoed something before the agenda had come out. So how is it that Supervisor Villapudua has language submitted to the board and submitted to the clerk that ends up going to the chairman for review, but Supervisor Miller is aware of the same language using the word veto? So I'm not sure if there's a Brown Act violation going on here. If something's going from office to office to office, Vice Chair Rickman, did you get any information on this prior to it being posted? Is this something that was shared amongst all of us? I'm confused as to the whereabouts of this word veto and how it echoes from Supervisor Miller to Supervisor Villapudua into a submission to be included in the board agenda, and then Supervisor Miller's posting on social media prior to it being released. I don't know what's going on in this board. It's a little bit perplexing to me. But I agree with Chairman. This could go on endlessly. I stand for equality for all. I have no problem recognizing. You guys want to pop the lid off this? Let's do it. Let's recognize everyone and anything we want openly and endlessly, because everyone deserves recognition. Everyone deserves, every organization, anybody that exists anywhere that has any organization, whether it's nationally recognized, which is significant, and if it's nationally recognized, we should recognize it in our county. Even if they haven't asked for it, we should recognize it. And I'm still, above all else, perplexed as to only when I'm chairperson does Supervisor Miller make these proclamation requests, when only weeks and months prior she could have done the same for herself when she had the honor of being the chairperson of this board. So a lot of confusion going around, except what's not confusing to me is the intent and purpose of why someone is making an issue out of this to singularly try to slander and attack and further minimize and regulate me as if I've done something wrong, and that's unfortunately shame on that supervisor for doing it. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairman.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Again, this is about a process for going forward and approving proclamations. I did not disseminate misinformation. The bottom line is every one of my requests could have made it to the board last year, but they didn't because chair at the time didn't want them to come forward. And that's the bottom line. In terms of providing information to the public, that's part of our job, to provide accurate information to the public. Supervisor Villaputua wasn't aware of the vetoes and the blockages that had happened the year before. And the public also deserved to know what was its, excuse me, what was at stake. This is, again, an attempt to divert attention to me. Why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that?
And then answer the question, why didn't you?
Me, I have the floor.
I'm sure you do. Answer your own questions.
It's about that.
Supervisor Patty, please.
This is about the process for proclamations and going forward. And that's what we're going to vote on.
Okay, so as I understood, Supervisor Miller, you made a motion, is that correct?
I made the motion and it was seconded by Supervisor Villaputua to accept the guidelines that were attached to the board letter today.
Okay, before we have that, Clerk of the Board, any public comment?
Thank you. The first public comment was submitted by Jasmine Leake, who writes, "Good morning, Chair Wynn and fellow supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Villaputua, for listening to the community and re-agendizing this item today. At the last meeting, supervisors were asked to reconsider the policy on proclamations and the powers granted to the chair to veto these requests by peers. Proclamations have a unique power to uplift organizations in our community and highlight important issues of concern as well as celebration. This act of acknowledgement also provides a window of visibility into the diverse constituencies represented here in San Joaquin County. At hand today is the concern around the unilateral veto power of the chair to deny a proclamation from being granted. This has led to inequitable outcomes in the past and should be rectified and replaced today. If there is a concern that a supervisor may bring forth requests for proclamations outside the scope and purview of this body, one way you might consider addressing this is by requiring a second supervisor to support the request for proclamation. I thank you again for reconsidering this policy today and hope you are able to come to an expedient and satisfactory policy that serves our community." The next comment was submitted by Allison Aranda, who writes, "Thank you, Supervisor Villaputua, for hearing and responding to the community and re-agendizing the guidelines for proclamations. The decisions on county proclamations should be transparent and fair. If a supervisor opposes a proclamation, they should be able to voice their opposition in full view of the public. Finally, the comparison of proclamations such as those that have been requested and vetoed in support of the LGBTQ+ community to National Pigeon Day is disrespectful and dehumanizing. Hopefully, an open and transparent process on declaring proclamations will help alleviate the conversation beyond such juvenile rhetoric." The next comment was submitted by Samantha R., who writes, "Shame, shame, shame on Supervisor Kathy Miller for using our LGBTQ members to attack Supervisor Tom Patty for your political games. Why didn't you use your time as a chairperson to recognize and issue proclamations for those you are now using as a weapon? Kathy Miller, you are a hypocrite and giant fake as you pretend to be involved in caring, but you show hate, spite, and nasty behavior. Why did you bypass Carlos Villaputua as chairman? Was it your white privilege or just your nasty self-serving nature? How can you justify being sworn in, then voting against promoting the highest office holder of Hispanic heritage and denying him his earned position? Are you that cold and nasty as your actions show? Thankfully, Assemblyman Carlos Villaputua beat you in the state race. You deserve no higher office as you've accomplished nothing as an elected representative other than to divide and attack those who work with. Kathy Miller, you and your staff are exactly what is wrong with politics. You divide to conquer even if you have to lie to accomplish your goals and hurt someone else. You bring shame to your office, you bring shame to your county, and thankfully you are out of office soon. Shame, shame, shame on you and your current staff, Ms. Zapata. You are both political attack dogs, nothing more. We see through you." And that concludes our comments for today.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody in the audience, so with the motion in second, please vote.
I have a question of privilege.
Okay.
I just want to know, I looked at, and this is for you, Chair, if you could answer this for me. So I'm looking at So are we going back to the February 1st? That was in there. So if we're looking at proclamations, so how, I don't understand it, the proclamation. So is it just one board member wants to bring it forward, then it brings it forward, or does it come back to the board as in Rule 14? Does the Rule 14 still apply? Or I just need some clarification on that.
Well, the way it's provided, and correct me, clerk of the board, but the way I understand the guidelines is simply that a board member may bring a proclamation to the board for presentation.
So any board member can bring a proclamation which would be signed by all 5 individuals or board members and then be presented by the chair?
Correct.
So Rule 14 does not. So the exception to Rule 14 would be proclamations.
You mean as far as going through like the CAO and county council for review?
Yeah, or even bring it up to the board. So it wouldn't be an agendized item.
Yeah, it would be agendized as a proclamation or recognition.
Okay, but it wouldn't. So what I'm getting at.
It's not voted on.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. So one board member can bring it forward and then give it to the chair, and the chair can present it, signed by all 5.
So that, if the board would like to quickly have that discussion.
So I just wanted clarification exactly what the motion is. That was what my question of privilege was.
I am concerned about the number of proclamation requests that we might be getting this year. So I would ask, maybe the board might want to limit proclamations to 5 on any one agenda, just so that we are not here for 2 hours doing proclamations. But I leave it to the board as they see fit.
And that's all my question was, and that question would be to you, Chair. So thank you, sir.
Well, I certainly understand from the clerk of the board. I would say that let's see how it goes. And if it seems to get out of hand, then we probably need to revisit that and make some kind of adjustments. Okay?
Chairman, I've put in a request to speak a couple times. This keeps bouncing off.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. About the number, I think that would be ridiculous to limit the number. We would be marginalizing any particular person or interest to say that we cap it at 5. That would be absolutely shallow of us, and it would be unfair to others that not say we may have 2 or 3 proclamations any given meeting, but I do not think that would be fair at all to limit to 5. That would be exceptionally unfair to limit any possibility that someone or a group or organization would be bypassed because we've reached a limit of 5. I guess, and I also think it's absolutely, for the record here, I've asked Supervisor Miller a couple times, and that may not be the agenda of why Supervisor Miller didn't put this on as a discussion item, and when she said for the sake of time, I think that's shameful. If we have an organization that may feel marginalized, instead of just giving a 1-minute chance for them to speak and a proclamation, why not agendize them, let them come in, talk about the benefits in the community, the activation of resources, their needs. Why that is absolutely narrow-minded, I must say, to think that any organization doesn't deserve a discussion item above a proclamation if I overlooked and didn't include a proclamation for when I was chairperson.
Supervisor Patty, so we've already discussed this.
Thank you, Chairman, for the record. I just think that was unfair since Supervisor Miller is not addressing why she failed to add it to a discussion item if I passed on it as a proclamation. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Please vote. Adopted 5-0. Thank you all. All right, moving on to Mr. Wolverding.
Thank you, Chair Wynn, members of the board. Today, Chris Rose will be discussing the current fiscal year mid-year report and the preliminary 2022-23 budget. I just want to note that this will be his last time presenting, as he'll be retiring later this month. I have also invited Brenda Kiley to join us today, as she's just been appointed as Chris's replacement as our chief deputy, and will have this responsibility going forward. As a matter of fact, she just started her new role on Monday. Following Mr. Rose's presentation, David Culberson, Our hospital CEO will be making a detailed mid-year presentation for the hospital as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rose. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board. The item before you is the 21-22 mid-year budget report and the preliminary 22-23 budget outlook. On January 6, 2022, departments were requested to conduct a review of expenditures and revenues based on the first 6 months of the fiscal year through December 31st. These projections provide an early indication of budget performance, identifies fiscal and operational issues, and is the basis for estimating year-end fund balances. The 21-22 adjusted budget includes the adopted budget, encumbrances carried forward from the 21-22 budget, and board-approved adjustments made through December 31st. The county's adjusted budget totals $2.3 billion and includes $187.3 million in general fund balance use. This totals includes $155.9 million in budgeted transactions, $29 million in encumbered funds from 21-22, plus $2.4 million in current year budget adjustments related to COVID assistance grants. As of December 31st, there were 7,694 positions, of which 6,883 full-time allocations, of which 959 positions, or 13.9%, were vacant. Of the 959 vacant positions, Healthcare Services had 238, Human Services had 150, San Joaquin General Hospital had 148, the Sheriff had 121, Probation had 94, and Public Works had 57. This represents approximately 84.3% of the vacant positions. Federal and state programs or service fees primarily fund approximately 65.2% of these positions. Net county cost is computed by subtracting program revenues from expenditures for general fund supported activities. This table indicates the projected net county cost by functional area based on the first 6 months' experience. The overall net county cost is projected to be below budget by $34 million. This is an additional savings of $10.5 million compared to the first quarter projections. Through the first 6 months of activity, several issues were identified. In November, the board approved the purchase of a commercial office building located at 6 South El Dorado Street. It is recommended that appropriations are increased by $235,000 for assumed vendor contracts and utility costs related to the property. This increase is partially offset by $109,000 for lease payment revenue the county will receive from the current tenants. The roof at Environmental Health is failing and is in need of replacement during this fiscal year. The public improvement budget did not include this cost. Therefore, it is recommended that appropriations are increased by $552,000 utilizing capital outlay fund balance. Overall, the law and justice departments are projecting a net county cost savings of $18.6 million. This is an increase of $3.4 million from the first quarter projection. Salary savings is the primary reason for the savings. In this chart, you can see the number of vacant positions at first quarter versus mid-year. As of December 31st, the sheriff had 121 vacancies, probation had 94, district attorney had 31, and child support had 18. Overall, the sheriff's budgets are projecting a net county cost savings of $5.4 million. The patrol budget is projected to go over budget in overtime by $2 million, and the custody budget is projected to go over budget in overtime by $4.3 million, both of which are offset by salary savings. Overall, the probation budget projects a net county cost savings of $7.7 million. As mentioned in the first quarter report, behavioral health provides services to youthful offenders at Juvenile Justice Center. A review of allowable uses of behavioral health funding sources indicates that these services do not qualify. The total cost of these services is $1.6 million annually. An MOU was put into place to share that cost for these services during the fiscal year. It is recommended that the appropriation in the probation juvenile detention budget be increased by $800,000 for their portion of the costs. This increase is offset with reimbursement from the youthful offender block grant funds. Probation will need to assume the full cost of these services in the near future and may need to submit a supplemental request for general fund support during the 22-23 budget process. Oops. The 2021 budget included $450,000 in the probation budget for the Juvenile Justice Center landscaping project. General Services agreed to take over the project, and they also agreed to expand the project outside of the juvenile hall secure perimeter. It is recommended that the public improvement budget appropriations are increased by $500,000, funded by $450,000 from the youthful offender block grant funds and $50,000 from the general fund. I'm off, huh? There.
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm wrong buttons for everything. There we go. Sorry, we're having technical difficulties today.
Chris, what side would you like it on? I think maybe Nicole can set it for you.
Okay. Okay. The Public Works Community Infrastructure Program provides funding for the traffic impact mitigation fee, water impact mitigation fee, and the regional transport impact fee programs. Revenue is trending higher due to accelerated development in Air Park 599. A portion of the revenue is passed through to other agencies. Therefore, it is recommended to increase appropriations by $890,000 and increase revenue by $1.9 million. In 2021, 10 patrol vehicles were budgeted in the fleet services budget, but the order was canceled. Now this order needs to be rebudgeted for 21-22. It is recommended to increase appropriations in the fleet services budget by $410,000. The appropriations will be offset by fleet fund balance. Through December 31st, San Joaquin General Hospital's average daily census was 166.2, which is 20.8% above budget. The hospital budget assumed additional COVID-19 daily census rate of 10 through the first 6 months of 21-22. After 6 months experience, the projected net loss is $3.6 million by the end of the year, which is an $800,000 improvement to the adjusted budget loss projection of $4.4 million. Twice a year, during the first quarter and mid-year report, the hospital chief executive officer presents an in-depth report. The hospital's report will be presented as a separate board item following the CAO mid-year budget report. The county operates 6 self-funded insurance programs for health, dental, medical malpractice, casualty, unemployment, and workers' compensation insurance. For 21-22, the total cost of these programs is budgeted at $77.9 million. $50.8 million is funded by the county, $12.6 million is funded by the employee and retiree premiums, and another $14.5 million is funded by third-party payments, interest, and fund balance. During the first 6 months of the year, the county settled a large claim in the casualty insurance program that exceeded the original budget. It is recommended that appropriations are increased by $1.5 million. This expense is offset by revenue to be received from the excess insurance coverage purchased by the county. We will now take a look at the 22-23 preliminary budget. The projected beginning fund balance for 22-23 is estimated at $88.9 million. This is comprised of the beginning fund balance of $44.5 million, $34 million from the estimated net county cost savings in 21-22, and $10.4 million for additional general purpose revenues in 21-22. General purpose revenue at mid-year is projected at $490.9 million. The 22-23 forecast totals $506.2 million, which is an increase of $15.3 million. Major increases include $13 million in property taxes, $900,000 for local sales tax, and $2.9 million for Prop 172 sales tax. The projected labor costs increases total $31.1 million, with a net county cost of $10.8 million. This projection includes approved MOU adjustments, retirement cost increases of approximately $14 million, employer health insurance costs, which decreased by $4.1 million, and various positions added during 21-22. What is not included in the costs are the costs for negotiations of MOUs expired or expiring. As of December 31st, no MOUs were expired. However, from January 1st through the 22-23 fiscal year, 88.5% of the MOUs for the county's workforce will expire. The cost for every 1% increase in wages is approximately $8.5 million, with a net county cost of $3 million. The major known net county costs include $10.8 million for labor costs, $5.4 million for self-insurance programs, and $3.1 million for centrally budgeted costs. The known net county cost increases totaled $19.3 million. Based on the current revenue and expenditure forecast for 22-23, there are sufficient funds to provide a structurally balanced status quo budget. This includes funding for the increased contingency reserve to maintain the 5% of the total budget appropriations and funding the additional 5% retirement contribution. What is not included is the potential cost for MOU adjustments to the 88.5% of the county's workforce. It is recommended that your board approve the following recommendations. Receive the 21-22 mid-year report, increase appropriations for facilities management budget by $235,000, increase appropriations for the public improvement budget by $552,000, increase appropriations for the probation juvenile detention budget by $800,000 and $500,000, increase appropriations for the public works community infrastructure budget by $890,000, increase appropriations in the fleet services ISF budget by $410,000, and increase the casualty insurance budget by $1.5 million. This concludes the CIO staff report. The County Administrator, Jay Wilverding, and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Just a quick question of minute importance. Were the 10 Sheriff's Patrol cars canceled because of the unavailability of, because I know there's a real shortage of new cars. Was that the reason, or was there some other reason that they delayed that purchase of those 10 patrol vehicles?
I don't want to speculate because I did not hear the reason, but from what I hear, yes, you are correct. There was a shortage, and just due to COVID, operations were kind of slowed.
Well, it was, in addition to the shortage, it was the cost, because dealers were adding, $5,000, $10,000 per vehicle because they had such a short supply. So probably a wise move financially to wait until their inventories build up again. Just speculation. All right? Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just snuck up on you. Just Mr. Wilverding, how this adjusted county budget, how will that affect us in 2022? When we come up to budget, when is that, in June?
Yeah, we'll have our budget hearings in June.
So how is this going to affect us? Meaning that we're going to be spending more, correct?
When we come up for our new budget,
yeah,
we will be looking at more appropriations, and we're projecting that we will be having more revenues to accommodate that. So yes, our costs and our revenues are going up every single year. They have been since I've been here in 2013.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Any comments from the public, Clerk?
There are no written comments on this item.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. It's always been a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Culberson.
Chairman Nguyen, I apologize, and thank you, Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole. I believe this item does require action, the CAO's item.
Okay. All right. I need a motion in a second.
I would move approval.
Second.
Okay. Please vote. Adopted 5-0. Thank you, Clerk. Always on top of things. Mr. Culberson.
Good afternoon, Chair Nguyen, members of the Board of Supervisors. David Culberson, CEO at San Joaquin General Hospital here. I'm here to recommend approval of the mid-year report for the year 2021-2022. As Mr. Rose pointed out here, we've had a very, very busy year at San Joaquin General Hospital. Quite honestly, the net patient revenue reflects that. As you can see on this slide, hopefully you've got it in front of your screens there. We're at $326 million net patient revenue for the first half of the year here. That's almost $20 million greater than what we had our adjusted budget. Quite honestly, this is driven by not just COVID, but also other illnesses, chronic illnesses that have become acute in our community. And it's really a trend that we're seeing nationwide. Supplemental funding so far for the year is also trending above what we had projected when we made our budget. Your approved adjusted budget included not nearly the amount of particularly the CARES Act and the Provider Relief Fund that have come in as directly related to COVID. So the overall operating revenues are up about $25 million. Unfortunately, along with that goes some increased costs, not only to handle the increased volume, the higher volume, but also a higher rate that we're having to pay for overtime or for supplemental staff that are coming in from, quite honestly, out of the area and are handling some of the volumes that we've had here. So our overall expenses are up $22.9 million, showing then that we have a net loss from operations of around $14.8 million, which is 1.6 million greater, I'm sorry, 1.6 million favorable to what we had adopted in our adjusted budget. We do pick up $2.1 million general fund support and some additional. We've been really holding back on our our capital expenditures here. You can see that although it's projected to be right at budget, as we looked at the second half of the year, some of the timing, and some of these are big projects. Additional replacement of the cath lab and also replacement of our one of our 2 CT scanners, and those projects have long lead times because of OSHPD, the state approval, and so I think we'll be under budget on our capital expenditures for this year. Those projects will have to be done and will be included in our 2022-23 budget, or recommended budget, or submitted budget, I guess, and that we'll have. As Mr. Rose pointed out here, then, we're showing a net loss projection for the year of $3.6 million, which is $800,000 better than what we had budgeted. The next here slide really shows you some of the specifics here. One of the things that, as we've seen, I know Dr. Park and Greg Dietrich have shown the various phases that we've had of COVID spikes here. Delta hit in the first part of the fiscal year, and then of course Omicron really started right around December, and fortunately seems to be tailoring down quite a bit. But we have had some of the busiest months in the hospital's history, from my understanding. Even though in December we're showing 168.9 average, I think in December we had several days where we're actually over 200 inpatients. And of course, from reference, the hospital's at 152 licensed beds, so we're well above our capacity. The clinic visits now, the report that you're seeing now, these are going to be hospital visits, and we have spun off the FQHC clinics. The primary care clinics are no longer included in either the projection or actual. So again, so the budget or actual. So again, clinic visits are down slightly. They have picked up. We do have some of our visits are now continue to be telehealth, but we're really trying to push, particularly in the specialty areas, and that's the hospital clinics are the specialty areas, the in-person visit, really trying to push for that. It's a much more comprehensive. While the telehealth is convenient, we're hearing from the physicians that they really want to get back to in-person visits, so we're trying to push that. Emergency room volumes really took a hit during the first part of the COVID in 2020. And they have picked back up here. I think we've had some of our busiest days also in December and January in the emergency department. Surgical cases are coming back. We had put on really a constraint on everything but the urgent and emergent cases periodically during the pandemic. We're now pretty close to full operation based on, again, on bed capacity is really the big constraint that we have. OB volume here, deliveries continues to go up and down, slightly below budget for December. We had a very busy January, but it's up and down quite honestly. And here's summarized for you here, really just a little bit more here in the overall, very busy, 20% greater than budget. Clinic visits slightly below budget. Emergency department have picked up quite a bit. And again, we mentioned our current projection is $3.6 million negative on a cash basis, $800,000 better than the adjusted current year budget. Did want to talk about where we were on our unaudited 2021 financial results. The hospital's expected to close the year with $10.4 million gain in net position. Really here we're reflecting again, going back to the beginning of the pandemic in March of 2020, increased volumes. We be able to take, if we look back on March of 2020 and everybody closed down, we really didn't see much, but volume from COVID took off in May of 2020, ran through the summer, very big in the fall and winter of 2020-21, picked up again after June of 2021, and then again right around December 1st with Omicron. So we've seen quite a bit higher inpatient volumes and, of course, related revenue. We have included our year-end financial statements include year-end pension adjustments and other post-employment benefit adjustments. And again, here's one of the biggest reasons why we're showing a stronger position is that $2.8 million in CARES funding, and then so far $8.4 million in provider relief that was recognized through June 30th, 2021. We do believe there's additional provider relief funding coming in during the current year, and I think there's actually a small amount of provider relief fund. Tranche number 4, phase 4, is set to be released. It won't be that much, but it's going. Every little bit helps. The hospital's enterprise fund cash balance was $157.2 million as of June 30th last year. Increase in census here. I want to talk a little bit about what we have going on, again, because it's not all COVID right now here. We do have some clinical complications of COVID, respiratory illnesses predominantly, although I think we're down today to having a total of 13 COVID patients in-house. But we're seeing everything else, whether it's diabetic complications, sepsis, substance use disorders, congestive heart failure, is really all the things that come along with an aging population and the population that we serve here. We also have seen it's harder to place our patients into long-term care facilities. Some of the skilled facilities have reported that they don't have adequate staff, and then they've also had to make sure that they're COVID negative before they will take you back. So there have been some placement which has resulted in longer lengths of stays. We do have some long-term mechanical ventilation patients that are hard to place. Some of those are traumatic brain injuries here. Again, just for your reference, we have in hospital today, there are 8 gunshot wounds, and some of those are in for a very long time. They may be on ventilator. They may be having trouble ambulating, and so they're difficult to place. We also have seen an increase, I think I reported to your board back in the fall, a continued problem with behavioral health in our community. 5150 as well as 5250s are fairly regularly in our hospital, whether they're in the emergency department or whether they are in the hospital waiting placement. Many of the 52, some of them are conserved and it's a long placement. But indeed, that we're seeing a dramatic increase in behavioral health needs in our community. And as that last sentence there really says it all here, many of the complex chronic conditions that people have worsened significantly since the beginning of the pandemic. The trauma program continues on. As you're aware, our verification of level 2 occurred effective in October, and so we're verified as level 2 by the American College of Surgeons Committee on Trauma. I think the biggest thing here to really talk about in terms of trauma is many of the same trends, with one exception here. And if I go to the next, just a reference here, this slide talks about the severity of illness. The tier zeros are the most significantly injured. Many of those need to go directly to the operating room. The tier ones need to be monitored, and some eventually go to the operating room, some are discharged, and many of the two tiers are looked at by the board-certified surgeons and then discharged frequently from the emergency department. But I did want to go to the next slide to show, if we go to the bottom here, you can see the total has dropped by almost 80 patients from last year to this year. And the biggest drop is going to be in that fall category. So the third row down, the falls dropped from 580 down to 489. That really accounts for all of the loss of trauma volume. And what that reflects now is the reclassification of some of the falls as non-traumatic injuries. Not all falls now, if you are out in the field, are going to be classified as traumatically injured patients. That's one of the things Dr. Kennedy and the medical staff looked at and said some of the falls that we're seeing at San Joaquin General Hospital can be taken care of at their local hospital because they aren't really going to result in a concern for trauma. So that's really the biggest change that we've seen here, is the reduction in the fall volume there because of the reclassification of those. We continue to have a fairly active gunshot and assault activities in the hospitals. Again, that's one of the things we've seen nationwide since the pandemic started. Here, just a little bit more perspective on COVID here. We've really, since December 23rd, almost had, of last year, 9 positives, a very low volume. Then we took off in January, and now we're coming back down here. The high in January was 53 when the county had 300. Now we're at 18. This was written, I think I sent this to the clerk of the board on Friday. We're at 18, and as I mentioned this morning, there's 13. So continued improvement there as well. One of the things we're working through here, and then this is an update, a correction here, because I sent this to the clerk on the board on Friday, and on Friday afternoon, the governor said we can continue to occupy non-licensed areas through June 30th. So it's an extension now of another 3 months in light of the public health order issued by the governor. And of course, what that means is that we're in the Towers building, and today we have 29 patients in the Towers building. And also the former medical records department is functioning as the overflow for the emergency department. As I mentioned, we modified the elective surgery schedule somewhat here. One of the big challenges we have right now is making sure that we have fully vaccinated staff, and those staff that aren't vaccinated are tested. They can decline, of course, based on religious or medical reasons. And if they find the declination form, we need to test them twice weekly. One of the things now that we've just came out last week is those employees that have been had at least the initial vaccinations and are now and have come down with COVID, and is documented through a positive test, that we won't have to boost them for another 90 days after they are after the date of their positive test. And so that's another database element we're tracking, and it's a little harder than just what it was when we started out, but it's something that we absolutely have to do to make sure we continue to offer a safe environment. I mentioned here the building, we've expanded the ICU. PPE it continues to be adequate. It's monitored every day. There's a spreadsheet that comes out from our materials management department, and right now we're in good shape here. There are a number of other non-PPE things that we're short. You may have heard about test tubes, the blood drawing tubes. There's a worldwide shortage of those, but we're working on that. This morning, Dr. Park talked about the drive-through testing continues here. We mentioned about managing our employees, and then we have remdesivir and sotrivimab as an outpatient treatment. Lastly here was one other slide. I just wanted to talk about, two more slides here. One about the revenue cycle program that we have with Huron. Your board initiated or authorized a contract that we initiated back in January of 2021 to improve the revenue cycle activities. Happy to say that monthly cash postings are up $5.1 million on average each month. And so far through December, we've seen about a $17.6 million improvement overall. And lastly, we're continuing to work with Dignity, Common Spirit, and leadership team at St. Joseph's Medical Center here on a proposed management services agreement. Phase 1 anticipated to begin sometime late spring, to be about an 18 to 24 month program. And initial areas include a continuation of the revenue cycle operation improvement here, making sure we improve our information technology connectivity so we get better management reports, that we work on quality management and quality improvement, adopt some of the other techniques and some of the monitoring that is common in Common Spirit and Dignity Health. That we work with greater leverage on our group purchasing activities here, and that if possible here we pull together the medical staffs and begin working on clinical integration in a better way than we currently are. So that concludes my report. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Yes, Supervisor Miller.
I have a quick question about those 29 patients in the tower building.
Yes.
So is the expectation that we will begin to see fewer and fewer patients there in anticipation of the state's emergency order expiring or the extension? Or do you just expect that if there's still a need, that's going to be extended again?
Supervisor Miller, through the chair, we have started our budget planning with a lower volume of inpatient census than what we currently are experiencing. So to answer your question, yes, we're anticipating to be out of to have fewer inpatient census, so lesser demand in that towers building. We also aren't certain, however, and many of the experts in the field say there are so many backlog of cases and patients that have not had their chronic condition managed that we may have to go back to the state and say, we've got an exception, can you grant us continuation? The state's been very unwilling to commit anything more than you've got till June 30th to figure it out, keep working, hopefully it'll get better. Hopefully some of these long-term placement patients that have been difficult to put into skilled facilities will be easier to get out. But it does pose a problem for us, quite honestly.
I mean, what happens if our patient census is still too high and the state doesn't grant another extension? What is Plan B?
Plan B is really working with the other area hospitals. I think for us to go ahead and transfer, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Culberson?
Thank you. Then again, my recommendation is to go ahead and accept the San Joaquin General Hospital 2021-22 mid-year financial report.
Move to accept the report.
Second.
Please vote. Any public comment on that? 5-0 adopted. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Culberson. Appreciate it. Great job. Leads us to the last item of discussion, Board of Supervisors' comments and committee reports. Supervisor LaPudra.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to recognize community development for our work this past Saturday. We did a cleanup in Garden Acres, and Director Kwong was out there with his staff. We had Public Works. We had Greater Valley Conservation Corps, Nick Mueller and his staff picking up garbage for elderly, disabled, and so forth. We had the Sheriff's Department bring out a big crew. I want to recognize Franklin High School. We brought in a bunch of students, and they painted some of the stands and did some painting around the campus. And it was a great project. I think we filled up 10 bins of garbage, and I barbecued for everyone, and everybody got to eat. And most of all, I want to thank my Chief of Staff, Chris Rapay, for coordinating all these events. It was a great day.
Thank you. Thank you. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few things. Last week, I want to give a shout out to our Assembly member, Carlos Villapudua, for the invitation to sit down and talk with him and our California State Assembly Speaker, Anthony Rendon, when we were joined by Mayor Kevin Lincoln of Stockton, Tracy City Council member Alicia Davis, and we spoke to the importance to the Speaker and the importance of Valley Link to the region, agriculture, and transportation. So it was a great opportunity, and I want to thank the Assembly member and the Speaker for coming here in San Joaquin County and pushing things forward, hopefully. I also want to give a shout out to Chris Johnson of the Bread of Life. You know, I've been working with him for the last couple of weeks. I know some board members here also. You know, he's been delivering, like a pallet of muscle milk to some of our local high schools that want it. And, it's a great opportunity for our schools. And of course, that muscle milk helps promote exercise, recovery, and helps build muscle. And hopefully our football team will be even better this year, all of them. Somebody mentioned it earlier. We also had here over the weekend 60th, and I saw a supervisor win on the parade route.
Good.
Thought it was like a 25-year-old man sitting there looking good. But the 60th anniversary of the Almond Blossom Festival in Ripon, and Supervisor Patty was there also. And it's Ripon's largest tradition of the year. It was just awesome to see, the parade route. It was thousands of people and kids, cheering on the floats, cheering on the cars. And it's great to see everybody out there enjoying themselves without masks. Well, some people had masks on, but majority of them not having masks on and just getting back to normal. So they did an exceptional job. And that's it. And thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Miller.
I just want to say again, congratulations to our retiring OES Director Shelley Lima, and thank her again for her 23 years of service.
Okay. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I was a little bit surprised with Ms. Lima retiring. Had talked to our CAO. I thought I remember this board, or those of us here, 4 of us, I thought I remember us interviewing Ms. Lima for her appointment, and then she introduced somebody today as her replacement. So I was a little bit, I asked the CAO about it, and he says that there seems to have been a change, or there was a change, and maybe my memory is wrong. But I guess we're welcoming her. It would have been nice to meet her. I thought there would have been an approval process. And to that point, I had visited in the last year or so in Stanislaus, and the way they've structured their OES department, it was quite impressive. So I would ask the CAO perhaps to follow up, and if my memory is wrong, but I think at some point we may want to examine how we're doing our operations at OES and consider enhancing and anything that could be done different or better. Also, I wanted to mention there was a letter signed by the chairman generated by the county in support of the governor's budget proposed to provide $500 million to the existing encampment resolution grants program. Specifically, this program would provide additional funding to local governments to deploy a substantially expanded program for jurisdictions to invest in short and long-term rehousing strategies for people experiencing homelessness in encampments around the state. This includes providing a pathway for individuals living in encampments to move into safe and stable housing and connections to supportive services. The connections to supportive services seems like it's an add-on to the stable housing. I know that Supervisor Rickman has repetitively pointed out, I have repetitively pointed out, that the emergency shelter, treatment, mental health services, substance abuse, whatever individual needs, because we know that we can't take somebody and we know that we aren't taking people from the streets living unsheltered and unhoused and putting them in apartments. They're, by all guesstimations, not ready. They're not stable. So there was a recent report released. I'd like to read, for the record. There was a recent report released highlighting the dramatic failure, and I'm going to repeat, the dramatic failure of the housing first model. There's empirical evidence that even though they've increased the supportive housing, we have an increase in the homelessness rate, and we have people living unhoused. While we might be taking the couch surfing homeless person and putting them in an apartment and paying for it in perpetuity, we're not addressing the root cause, as Supervisor Rickman has pointed out, and as I have pointed out. I would have liked to have seen, when we generate a letter in support of dollars, if we would have included the language for emergency shelter and some of the wraparound services. That would have been, in my opinion, language that we should have included and petitioned for. And that's all at this time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I would just make a comment. My years on city council, I used to have individuals come up from other cities who'd moved into my city and comment about how they did things in Pleasanton and San Jose or whatever. And, I was a little bit offended by that, because it was like Ripon wasn't doing their job. And I just am sometimes troubled by all this accolades on other counties when, in fact, I think our county staff does a great job. So I don't mind looking at other things, but if you insinuate that possibly our county staff is not up to speed or certainly doing the very best they can, I think that's wrong, and I think we need to be a little more sensitive to what's happening in our county with all our employees. Anyway, with that, Mr. Miles, it's over to you.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming from closed session.
Let's reconvene at 3 o'clock. Will that work? No, I mean, closed session. Yeah.
you.